The following podcast contains strong language and alternative facts. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter at Heel Podcast. Over the airwaves and under the influence, we are Turning Heel.
Let's get the shindig started. Hello and welcome to yet another episode of the Turning Heel podcast with me, the Griz, and with me this week, activating Robert the Robot.
Robo Senpai.
Hello, Senpai.
Boom, boom, boom. And as you know, normally I'm a nice robot. I'm a humble robot. But this week I just cannot be humble whatsoever. I mean, do I know how to pick winners or what?
It very much seems that way. Yes.
I mean, day one, I see. I've been telling everybody for months. Rio Mizunami, I've been crying her name for the rooftops. And there she goes and wins. I was telling empty that would listen, and even them that wouldn't listen. And she was my first pick for this tournament.
Yeah, I know. And even when you got the picks and you were like, nah, all I need is my girl Nyla. And even I was like, oh, picking Nyla at this stage where she's not been doing anything, not a wise decision. And then, lo and behold, she goes and fucking nearly pulls the goddamn thing out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I am a picker of champions.
Evidently, and I am a picker of fucking losers, apparently.
Oh, no.
Only one of my 4 picks got out of their first round.
But that doesn't matter. It's the taking part that counts.
No, it's the winning.
And that only works because the winner said it.
Yeah. I guess I could probably try and use that to save some face, but no, I just
when
felt
a loser
miserable.
says, "Oh, it's the taking part that counts." No, that just means you're a fucking loser. Shut up. But if the winner says it, it's all right.
Yeah, I suppose. Let's go with that.
It might be condescending, yes, but I said what I said.
I said like a true winner, so.
I'm a winner.
And so with well, we'll get into it, and then we'll talk about it. It does remind me, of course, of Robot Wars Season 4 in the very first match where brand new robot Indefatigable was in the match with the reigning champion at the time, Couse 2, and the kid in that team's like, it's not the winning, it's the taking part that counts. And I was like, yeah, sound like a real loser. And then about a minute later, probably gets thrown out of the arena. If you want to listen about me talking about more robot combat, you can listen to my Rise of the Robots podcast.
Very, very nice.
And it was a nice tie-in as well.
It was. Last week, we were trying to solve the mystery of what the fuck happened to the NWE YouTube page.
Mm-hmm. And we got our answer.
We got our answer, and also, when we were researching what had happened, there was nothing online. But then the following day, everyone was like, oh, the NWE YouTube page. So I actually think we broke the news.
Yeah, we definitely. I think we did.
Here first.
Yeah. All of you lucky, dozen of you. But yeah, like, because we were like, what the fuck? Where did it all go? And then everybody else the next day is like, huh, interesting. It's like, we were there first. Scoops, we got them.
Well, in case you don't know what's happening, they've got a deal with Fight TV now for power.
There you go.
That's why everything's been taken off the YouTube page. Because I think Fight has the exclusive rights now.
Do we need to pay for it? Is the question, or will it still be ad free?
Don't know. It might be a free thing because Ring of Honor runs free every week on Fight TV, but I think that's just because nobody will pay for it.
Yeah, totally.
I love how Ring of Honor's now like the new TNA.
Ring of Honor is like the most saddest in joke that we have on this podcast. Like, it's bad when I'm not even willing to watch.
I just can't. I mean, I've got last year's Final Battle still sitting there, and I can't.
I know, like
I have no interest.
Every single time that I see a Ring of Honor show, and I go, that sounds interesting. Like the last run that they did in the UK, and there was a show in
Edinburgh?
I think it was Edinburgh, and I was like, fuck it, I'll slap these on because they were doing like a kind of a tournament over the course of the shows. It's like that would be a good like fucking binge watch thing, and I watched about half an hour, and it was like, it's just not happening for me. Oh, there's Joe Hendry. Good for him. Well, bye now.
Yeah, and I think I'd maybe watch it for Joe Hendry, but he's not on the shows. He's still in Scotland. Yeah,
like the few bits and pieces of Joe Hendry I've seen, he's actually been incredibly entertaining. So it's I'm not saying it's anything against him. Obviously, it's just the product in general.
Yeah, I think it's Ring of Honor's own fault for fucking booking their own demise.
How many times?
No, they booked their own demise when they helped Cody and the Bucks do All In.
Yeah, I suppose so. Like, that would have been a good time to, kind of be like, oh, well, like a wee working relationship, a wee shaky hand deal, why don't we trade talent and yada yada, but then they were just adamant and be like, no, okay.
Or even, why not actually get more people under contracts?
Mm-hmm. That too.
Tie them down.
Because the annoying thing is, the Ring of Honor roster is they do have a plethora of really good talent. And there's probably some absolutely amazing matches that we probably are very much missing out on just because of the kind of stink of the name right now.
Yeah. But I think the stink's maybe beginning to clear up now that they've cut all ties completely now with Marty Scurll finally. Yeah.
That lasted a bit too long.
Far too long for my liking. And then plus they're kind of still in hot water with the Kelly Klein nonsense.
What was that again?
She was basically saying that they made her work with like a concussion and stuff. And she wasn't...
They weren't paying her a lot? Or anything, wasn't it? Something like that? There was something to do with pay, wasn't there?
Yeah, she felt as if she wasn't being paid anywhere near what she should have. And it wasn't as if she was asking for like an obscene amount of money or anything.
Yeah, and also I think she was the champion at the time, so
yeah, that was champion, yeah.
So that was kind of the reason why.
Yeah, I think it was almost a situation like Taylor Wilde.
Yeah. Who I've just learned my Skype will not open back up. Oh, none of my stuff will open back up. This is going to be interesting. Who I just learned recently has her own podcast.
Yeah, she's getting back out there in the world of wrestling, so it might not be too long before she actually makes a proper comeback.
And also, by the looks of things, I was just looking through the list of episodes because this is one of the best parts about taking a week off of work is your podcast stack up. So I've been catching up on some of my more favorited podcasts over the past week while I've been at work. So that's been good fun. So I've not listened to any yet, but I did see that she is doing it. She's done an episode with Chrissy Vane, who might be a name that is probably completely blank to a lot of people out there. But she was something else. She was in the developmental system with Taylor Wilde fucking donks ago. probably about 2005 at an absolute guess.
She was only there for like 2 or 3 months, though, wasn't she, before she left?
Yeah, and then she came up on SmackDown. She attacked Tori Wilson, and then she left wrestling forever because her and Connor were dating at the time, and they were put on different brands, and so they were like, "No, fuck this, I'm out of here." And it's like, yeah, way to jeopardize your fucking big breaks that you were about to have.
Well, that would push it forward to then, like 2009, 2010 then.
It wasn't Connor at the time, I should mention. I've just said Connor because that's how people would probably know him as.
Aye, because we spoke about it before. We were trying to remember what his gimmick was before.
I'm talking well before that.
Oh, so he was in before then, before he was in season 2 of NXT?
Yeah, he was in the developmental system for a while. Then he left with Chrissy Vane. Then he kind of came back because he was Roughhouse O'Reilly or something along those lines back in the old era. And then I was obviously very raging because I was absolutely in love with the lassie. And when she debuted on SmackDown, and about 3 weeks later, I was going to a SmackDown house show, and it's like, Chrissy Vane is totally going to be there. Oh my god! And then comes up about a week before I was about to go to that fucking house show. Chrissy Vane has left WWE, and it's like, well, there is that. So that's what heartbreak feels like at a young age.
You're going to hear me say something just now that you'll very rarely hear. I did not know that.
Damn, that should have been a Stump the Robot question. Yeah,
you would have won.
Well, yeah, this is how deep my fucking weird wrestling fandom was during that time, where I managed to get a hold of FCW and OVW and all that kind of stuff around that time. So, like, I got to see MVP wrestle before he even debuted on the main roster.
Oh, so you knew the Power Ranger was coming?
No, because he didn't dress like that. That was the weird thing. He used to just wrestle in like kind of Dolph Ziggler style tights.
Oh, so the shorts.
Yeah, and his finishing move was the crossface, but he purposely done that and kind of like angled the wrestler's like kind of hand back as he clamped his legs around the hand, so to put more pressure towards the sort of ankle, and then ankle, the wrist, the ankle of the arm, also known as the wrist, and then would apply the crossface. And then when he obviously didn't do that when he was on SmackDown because he was on the same brand as Chris Benoit.
Yeah.
And then he got the worst finishing move in pro wrestling, the overdrive, also known as the Playmaker. And now I really want to go back and watch all these old shitty shows. Because OVW was a fucking jam. Yeah, we could call it developmentally speaking.
Or developmentally challenged.
For some, well, yeah, because it definitely was a challenge for a lot of people. And then it's like, then even when NXT was on TV, and then you seen like Roman Reigns' first gimmick, where he was just this big money man, and he came out in suits and all that kind of jazz, and then he had like 2 matches and mysteriously disappeared, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's the Shield.
What was it? Is it Leaky?
He was Leaky in FCW, yeah.
And he was Leaky for like 2 weeks on NXT?
No, he was Roman Reigns on NXT.
Ah.
I think it's pronounced like Lakai or something like that. Like,
it's something Samoan-y.
Mm-hmm. And, the fact that Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, and Leaky had a triple threat match on FCW, and it's like, this match has technically happened before. Building up to their triple threat match.
Shield DVD.
Yeah. It was a very, very interesting match to watch.
I didn't think it was that good.
Well, it was developmental at the time.
I mean,
probably
nothing compared to what they could do further on. Like, do you remember the triple threat that they had at Battleground? Was it Battleground?
Yeah, I think it was.
That was really shaping up to be something good and special until it all became about the Battle of the Brands and basically took away from what the match was supposed to be.
And then also didn't help that Reigns got suspended, but then was still included in the match because the suspension ended before the pay-per-view.
Like the day, it was like the day before or the day of.
Mm-hmm.
But
so they were
really done something. You could have made it really fucking interesting instead of like the week before having Reigns and Rollins drafted to Raw and Dean Ambrose to SmackDown, and then this story of the Shield all competing against each other now becomes a battle of the brands.
Yeah,
it was silly.
It was a draft thing just to purely see, which brand is going to get the championship.
I think you misspoke there. It wasn't a draft thing. It was a daft thing.
Oh, I beg your pardon. A daft draft. But yeah, so developmentally speaking, our other spin-off show that we'll probably do one episode of, then probably never revisit.
No, I mean, I think Turning Japanese is just a nice treat to maybe dangle every so often. We don't have to do it like every month.
No,
I
totally.
just like it. It's just like a nice wee sort of palate cleanser.
Yeah, and maybe when I get the old man cave, I could probably have more time to kind of do stuff like that. But that's all stuff for another day.
Technically though, we've done 2 episodes of Turning Japanese.
We have because there was that joint episode.
Yes. Turning heel, Turning Japanese, sort of 2-parter, where we spoke about this year's Wrestle Kingdom.
Yeah, and Chris, died of COVID. Wait, that's a horrible thing to say.
He didn't die of COVID. He was struggling with COVID.
Yes. Yeah, that was me very much picking my words wrong. As tends to happen quite a lot here. Well, so that was your look into the weird, bizarre kind of me as a child trying to follow absolutely all the wrestling I could. Although, like, now, this is probably where I've literally got all that fucking stigma from. But saying all that, why don't we get into this week's... I'll preface this by saying, recently I've been saying the line of, we've got a long time to go and a short time to get there, and that's not meant to be a catchphrase, because everybody knows what the catchphrase is. It's, let's get the shindig started. But recently, AEW has been pumping out so much goddamn stuff that they have actually taken up 4 days of shows that I have watched and now taken notes of. Never mind everything else that normally goes on.
Yeah. We've spoke about it before, how I feel that they're oversaturating their own market.
I know, because this is a question of how many people actually did watch most of these shows.
Yeah, because I didn't watch Dark this week, and I won't be watching Dark on Saturday either.
I mean, I will probably, and we'll probably get the Dark bonus episode before we run down the pay-per-view.
Yeah, we would like to know your week 2 of Dark Horses.
Yes.
Or your week .1 or .2.
I guess it'd be 1 point,
because it's 2 episodes of Dark happening in the same week. Dark 1A and Dark 1B.
Dark .0, pretty much, or Dark .5. Yeah, let's go with that one. Dark .5.
Like, in the space of 7 days, we're getting 3 episodes of Dark.
Right. In fact, well, yeah, that even adds more to it. Seeing the span of the last, it'll be Sunday to Sunday, so say 8 days. 5 of them will have AEW product happening.
Yep.
Because you had last Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then this Sunday. So that is a Booker T full 5 kind of thing.
Saturday as well, so you've got 6.
Jesus fucking Christ, you're right. And oh my god, I cannot believe. And then yeah, so we get a day off on Monday, then we'll get Dark, and then AEW again, and then that following week will be the debut of Elevation, so which means Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every week for AEW.
Yep.
You don't make it easy for me, lads, I'm telling you. So
Tony Khan. And then Tuesdays are about to get a lot more busy.
Oh, but it means Thursdays won't be. Yes! Or Wednesdays. I like whatever time you watch it. Obviously, all this stuff I watch the next day. So my Thursdays won't be packed, although my Tuesdays might be now.
Because, I mean, the way that it's going to be running now, right? On a Tuesday, we'll have Impact, AEW Dark. They've always been a Tuesday. But now with the announcement that NWA is back, Power's on a Tuesday. And if the rumours are true, NXT's moving to Tuesdays.
Yeah, after WrestleMania, apparently.
Do you think that's because they've realised, right, we're just not cutting it against AEW, so there's no point?
Probably. Everybody would probably think that, but I think maybe their logic is, well, if we move to Tuesday nights, we won't need to compete with the one big show that's happening.
And then they can get the viewers that they would
probably watch Dynamite.
Yeah, on the Tuesday.
Yeah. And I think this would benefit both products, to be honest.
Yes.
Although I would argue, what do you call it? Impact should move, if that's the case.
But they will not want to. I don't think they should. So if anything, fucking NXT should go to a Thursday.
Yeah.
Like it was.
Just have fucking big 3-hour wrestling block of NXT UK leading straight into NXT UK, NXT America.
Even at that though, it's not as if they air directly into each other, because NXT UK over here airs at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, so that's an hour, that's 9, and then 10,
You've
11.
got 4 hours in between.
Yeah.
Like American time, you're talking 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Eastern time.
Again, it would still be 4 hours probably, but
yeah, you still got the 4 hour gap.
And
NXT.
Let's face it.
I don't think very many Americans are watching NXT UK live anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice to have like one of those shows that's on in the afternoon. I think if I was an American and I was just kind of kicking about, and it's like, NXT UK 3 in the afternoon, fucking hour of your life is not really going to do it. And I mean, what do a lot of people do at 3 in the afternoon? Probably work is the answer to that question.
Yeah.
But working from home right now. Meh. I know this is coming from me that's not watched NXT UK in about 2 months now. But I bet you the second the takeover happens, I'll be like, well, it's time to binge watch NXT UK for like 3 or 4 hours a day.
I don't think we'll be having a takeover for a while.
No, it's not looking like it. Unless they just do it in the place that they're in now.
Yeah, I mean, they could do it. But I don't think that they will now, because they're doing a lot of big matches on the show.
Yeah.
That you would think that they would save for a takeover, like Kaylee Ray versus Miko Satomura.
Yeah.
And then you had that big fucking Dragunov Walter match last year.
Yeah. Jesus, that was a beast of a match.
that I still haven't watched.
Ooh.
I know I'm a bad wee bastard.
I know. I do need to get back into watching it, but it's just obviously now that Impact, especially for this show, has become mandatory watching, because I used to just kind of do the same thing with Impact where I'll peel in and out, and then I'll like kind of binge watch like 2 or 3 episodes in a day just to kind of keep up. But now that it's became like, I mean, it has become a hell of a lot better to the point where I actually look forward to watching Impact every week.
Yeah, I enjoy Impact. That's why I made the decision of I'm not really feeling NXT just now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to actually just watch something I enjoy, and that was Impact.
Yeah.
And who would have thought anybody would have heard me say that?
I mean, like, saying that is one thing, but I'm still genuinely shocked that Chris is watching and for the most part enjoying Impact.
Yeah.
Like, I never thought I would have heard that, to be honest.
Hopefully we'll hear from Chris soon and get his predictions for later on.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. With that, maybe
buzz. We'll get a wee buzz. We'll let you know if there's any breaking news. Speaking of news,
more news.
Jr. passed away this week.
Sorry, I spoke over you there. Who?
Jim Crockett Jr.
Jesus.
He was an old man.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'll say that it's less sad, but
it is that kind of thing where it is slightly less sad when it comes to an older person passing away, because at least, they had a good full life.
Yes.
As opposed to, people like Brody Lee, people like Shad, people like Hana Kimura all dying when they absolutely shouldn't have.
Even question mark.
Yeah, Josephus. But it's a rough world, this wrestling business. But at least when it comes to it, at least you can still look at that and go, well, at least if he died an old man, he lived.
Yes.
And died at the at least appropriate sort of age. It's never good when anybody dies, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But at least, he died old and not like the way that a lot of wrestlers have went, sadly.
To be fair, he wasn't a wrestler, he was a promoter. But just the world of wrestling can have like a bad effect on your health.
Yeah. That's obviously more what I meant, but yeah. Well, speaking of wrestling being bad for my health, as I alluded to, the amount of wrestling I consumed this week was almost criminal. So I'll say it again, let's get the shindig started, because we've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. So we started on Sunday with the third show in the AEW Women's Title Eliminator Tournament with a non-tournament match. We had a six-person tag team match, because I learned something in this match. Hikaru Shida, Mei Saruga, and Ren Karakura took on Maki Ito, Emi Sakura, and Veni. And I don't know if this was mentioned in the last 2 episodes or not, but apparently Veni is a transgender wrestler. So that was new information.
Oh, wow.
And considering I've watched her wrestle, not a lot, but I've watched her outside of this tournament, I had no fucking idea.
Because you probably don't speak Japanese.
Yeah, and I'm sure that would probably... But you don't speak Japanese.
I think with your terminology, you had it right the first time. Since she's trans, she's now a woman.
Yeah, but they specifically kept going out the way to say 6-person, and I was like, why are they saying that? And then when it came out on, when Veni came out and her little lower third said the first transgender Joshi wrestler, and it's like, that's probably why. I think it's...
Maybe it's just me assuming. Like when Nyla won the belt, they never changed it to the EW Persons Championship.
I know. And then, like, obviously throughout throughout the whole rest of the match, they just kept referring to her as a woman. So it was just one of those things of why would you go out your way to say 6-person, but then just refer to her as a woman? This is that whole muddy area that I don't want to kind of get into, but
yeah, there's a lot of preferred pronouns and stuff that might affect actually the way that they address things.
Yeah,
like maybe she doesn't. Well, she's been through the change and she identifies as a woman, but maybe her preferred pronoun isn't she, it's maybe they or them, which for some reason, which would make it then person rather than woman.
Yeah, it's a
landmine. It's a minefield.
Yeah,
it's a PC minefield.
I know. This is why I do have a hard time when it comes to stuff like this, and it's not through like ignorance or anything like that. It's just I don't
trying to keep up with the pace of PC culture is very hard because things are changing on a daily basis.
No. So obviously I will probably be referring to her as she or her or whatever during this match because it's what's easiest.
Or just refer to her as Venny, just to avoid any.
Yeah, which I probably do more so, to be honest with you. But again, as I say, like during the match, they just kept referring to Venny as she or her during the match. So I feel like it's kind of one of those things where I'm just following their lead, and it's if it's offensive or whatever, it's obviously not meant to be. So in this match, you have one side of the team being one half of the Wave Tag Team Champions, one half of the Gato Move Tag Team Champions, and then the AEW World Champion. So one side is completely full of title holders here, and then there's at least 4 promotions being represented in this match, with obviously Gato Move, Wave, AEW, and Tokyo Joshi Pro because Mike Ito's on the other side. And obviously Venny is a freelancer, so she kind of works everywhere. So she's probably bringing a whole bunch of companies in under her belt.
Yeah, calling her own shots.
Yeah, which is it's like the freelancer sort of thing, especially in like Japan, is very interesting. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if Ube from Stardom, Natsu Sumire. I don't know if she's actually under official Stardom contract now, or if she's still doing the freelancing. But for the most part, she was a big freelancer as well.
Yeah, I think what they call freelance in America, Japan is essentially just the indies, isn't it? Because you're independent of a big company.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, it is a lot like the indies in a kind of way, where there are some people that will just work anywhere and everywhere. Like Colt Cabana was always the definition of the freelancer, where he would work any company that was willing to pay him some fucking money.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, Japan's got some pretty big freelancers or former freelancers, like Kota Ibushi was a big freelancer, and so was Shibata.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and then eventually both of them got a big contract in New Japan, and you kind of see where they went from there. Shibata, not as much so, but at least in the sort of period where he was still wrestling, he then started wrestling for big titles, even wrestling for the IWGP title.
Yeah, in his last match.
Yeah. Still gruesome to watch, to be honest.
Oh, it's horrible. You hear the clunk. And it still bewilders me to this day how Okada wasn't hurt during that.
That's exactly what I was about to say, to be honest. Like, if that headbutt was so lethal that it shattered the skull of Shibata, How the hell did Okada get out of there with, you know,
A clean bill of health.
well, I'm sure he probably had like a bit of a. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a bit of a concussion himself after that, because
Yeah, a clean bill of health is probably the wrong word to use, but
well, I mean, a clean bill of health these days, definitely.
I came out it relatively unscathed.
Yeah.
In comparison to Shibata, who
Who?
gave himself a fucking embolism.
Yeah. Which is heartbreaking because Shibata was the fucking shit.
Oh, Shibata was amazing. Shibata was my favourite New Japan wrestler until that point.
Ditto.
I've had to, like, he's still one of my favourites, but now having to sort of hitch my cart to a new horse.
Yeah, it's very bittersweet when you watch his matches back.
Yeah, I've only ever watched that Okada match once.
Yeah. I know, because I don't even really want to watch it again.
I mean, it was a great match.
Yeah.
And I think if you're going to watch it again, try and stop it before the clunk.
Mm-hmm. If only they could maybe edit it out. that would be good. I don't know.
So
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad to watch, but it's out
Yeah,
there.
that's what it is.
As I not trying to be callous, but yeah, as what it is, it happens. There's nothing you can really do about it now.
Mm-hmm.
That happened 3 years ago, 2 years ago. No, it was 3 years ago. It was 2018.
Was that recent?
It was 2018, yeah.
Feels a hell of a lot longer than that ago.
Because I remember he came out at the final of the G1 that year, just to let everybody know I'm still alive.
Thank fuck.
The following year, he brought Kenna to New Japan. And then by the end of the G1 that year, they done the turn with Kenna and the Bullet Club.
Yeah.
Like Shibata. Because he attacked Shibata, everybody sort of had their hopes up that, oh, he's coming back, he's doing physicality.
A lot like Shawn Michaels and Edge kind of doing shit like that before they returned.
Yeah. But the Edge thing, I didn't even pay any mind, pay any notice.
Yeah, but like more so with Shawn Michaels, it was that one time where him, Austin, and Mick Foley all came out at WrestleMania to attack the League of Nations after that bizarre six-man tag.
I thought it was a 4-on-3 handicap match.
It was meant to be, but I think that was during the time where Wade Barrett was fucked and couldn't actually wrestle, so he just kind of was at ringside.
Oh.
Yeah, there was this really weird period where Wade Barrett was just always there but never doing anything.
Because did he not get kicked out the next night or something on Raw?
I think, didn't they kind of faction dissolve not long after that, just completely?
But I'm pretty sure they kicked out Barrett and then, like, a month later, it just sort of fizzled out.
It wasn't a great faction anyway. It's not exactly going to be missed. But the whole reason I bring that up is because I was impressed in watching that. So at least the everybody watching with us there was just excited at the fact that Shawn Michaels came out in his gear, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's Shawn Michaels in his gear!" And, like, other than maybe the time that Okada revealed he was back to shorts, never has anyone been more excited seeing a wrestler appear in wrestling gear before.
Yeah. Right,
But
so back to the
we digress.
We tangent a lot.
Well, yeah, Jesus, we're nearly 40 minutes into this, and we've not even spoken about an actual match that happened.
I mean, we told you what match happened, but we've not discussed it.
True, we started and then we segued. So anyway, we'll reiterate and then we'll take it from there. And what I may be doing the notes is, if you're not up for random ass wrestling banter, skip ahead to the 40-minute mark where we start running down the shows.
Yeah, let's tell them now after they've listened to us.
No, I mean, like, we could probably put that in the notes if we remember.
All right, I thought you meant just like an audible note.
Yeah. If you want to try and remind me, because I will clearly forget.
Yeah, skip to the 40-minute mark where you've listened to us talk all this nonsense. To skip listening to this nonsense.
Skip 3 seconds. So, Hikaru Shida, Mesa Ruga, and Rin Kadokura took on Maki Ito, Emi Sakura, and Veni. So, during the match, and I did take a good couple of notes for this because this match was fucking awesome, by the way, and I very much implore you to go back and watch it. Or in your case...
Go and watch it.
No, I was going to say, in your case, maybe we'll save it for a little something that we may be doing.
Oh, I wonder what that could be.
Which is something that remind me, I need to ask you about that later. So, Amy and Veni had a double team pedigree, and then Io misses a headbutt. Then all I ever kind of wanted was Maki Ito versus Shida, and we got a little taste of it during the match here. The two of them went one-on-one. Maki with the big headbutt, but Shida gets an insecurity. Ren gets a couple of good shots in on Veni, but Veni just with the beefiest bitch slap to the face. Shida and Mesa Ruga trip Veni, and Ren gets a drop kick from the top and a British suplex for 2. So Ruga and Shida hold their hands out for the tag, even though I wrote the say. Jesus Christ. And then Mesa Ruga shoves Shida off the apron so that she can get tagged in. So like they're on the same team, but she's like, no, me. Or May. There was a line up by Veni for 2, and then there's a tag to Emi Sakura. Sakura goes for the AO submission, and while she starts doing that, Maki Ito was joining in on the apron, and then even dives into the ring and hits this sweet-ass high note where she's just like, while Emi Sakura and her opponent are just rolling around in that Liger-style submission. Maki locks Saruga up in the ropes, gets to a 4 count, and then she proceeds to sing 5, 6, 7, 8. And it genuinely makes me wonder, does she know that's a step song, or is that just something she made up?
I'm thinking she's still quite a young woman. And 5, 6, 7, 8 was out when we were like 7, so looking like 1997.
I think Maki's about 23, 24, so I think she might have been born. Like, obviously, she was born in Japan for a start, but
yeah, she
even
no British pop group Steps.
That was going to be the next question. I wonder how world-renowned Steps were that would someone that's probably about 6 or 7 years younger than us potentially know the British pop group Steps. Which also, very quick sidebar, 5, 6, 7, 8 is now my essential party trick in work because I said that I could do the dance once, and now everybody keeps asking me to do it all the time, and I'm like, I'm not a performing monkey. I've done it once for you, and that's it.
Oh. Well, maybe when we do the thing that we're keeping secret, I'll teach you a new trick that you can show your colleagues.
I'm worried now.
We're going to have a dance party.
I thought we were going to have a dance off.
Oh, no. I don't compete with friends.
Okay. Well.
Unless it's tournaments.
So she does in and she throws Ren off the apron, getting the tag this time. again, same team. And then there was a big 3-person collision in the corner with Shida stacking up her opponents. Shida and Emi start to square off, and Emi hits a spinning neck breaker. Shida and Mesa Ruga do these 2 little like boink things where they kind of, one grabs Emi's arms behind her, and then the other would just go boop, and kind of flick her in the head. But then Emi would sell it like absolute death. Then Mesa Ruga comes off Shida with an assisted splash. Emi locks on the leg submission to both Shida and Mesa Ruga at the same time, which looked badass. Venny with a moonsault to Shida on the outside. There was a Vader bomb and a moonsault from Emi and Venny. Emi and Venny. That's really hard to say quickly. On to Shida. There's a German by Venny. Maki with the headbutt, and then a Liger bomb for 2 on Shida. Shida with 2 Germans and a Tamashi, but the pin is broken up on Venny. May and Ren take out Venny's partners, leaving Venny to be hit with the Falcon Arrow, but only 2. But nobody kicks out the Falcon Arrow. And Shida gets 1 more Tamashi for the win. This match was the fucking shit. I loved it, which is why I took as many notes as I did, because just hire them all. Just hire them all.
Well, 2 out of the 4 are already hired.
Yes. Well, hire the rest.
I mean, if they keep putting on matches like that, that's really like, well, from the way you described, that's really going to fucking boost their lacking women's division.
Like, because they're all completely different, and it baffles me that they have not hired. And I mean, again, this is obviously probably favoritism, but you've seen probably more Maki Ito than a couple of people have, because I've showed you her.
Yeah.
Like, Maki Ito has fucking nearly everything there is to have, and a fucking beloved women's wrestler.
But at the same time, see how if things were a bit more, if we weren't in this pandemic, we would probably maybe seen Maki Ito before. And I quite like the idea of you're not seeing the same women or the same wrestlers every week. They sort of phase in and out, almost like the old territory system, where someone would go and work in certain territory for like 3-4 months, then you'd move to another one, and move to another one, then eventually come back round.
Yeah. I mean,
sort of touring system.
It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen with the eventual winner of the tournament, and how long she's going to be cutting about in AEW for. And then maybe if that kind of works, why not just bring in, like, you know, a wrestler or 2 from Japan for like a month or 2 run, like kind of similar to the way that American people would go over to Japan and do.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the touring system.
Yeah,
the way they used to do it, like the old territories.
And I know, obviously, pandemic and all that kind of thing. Like, obviously, if it's done safely, then it can be done, because it clearly goes to show the fact that, you know, someone in Japan has came over and wrestled on Dynamite this week, so it can be done now.
Yeah, it works both ways as well, because, I mean, she does went to Japan.
Yeah, exactly.
And came back, and then you've got a lot of the cases in New Japan where a lot of the American wrestlers are travelling between the LA dojo and mainland
Actual Japan. Yeah. So we move on to the Japanese bracket final, as Chris's Yuka Sakazaki take on Robert's Ryo Mizunami.
That is really hard to fucking do.
Now I just want to learn the little bits in between so I could just keep going. That I'm just making random noises. Or maybe I just said it perfectly. I can't tell either way.
Maybe it's just gibberish, who knows?
Maybe. So like this is one of these kind of things though. It's like, see the fact that Yuka Sakazaki is the sweetest, most adorable little genie that you ever have seen in your life. Kind of her gimmick in like kind of mainland Japan and Tokyo Joshi Pros. She's a wee bit of a prick, like a lovable prick, but she's not above being a little asshole to people. Which is quite funny because it doesn't come across on AEW, which I think is something like if they do bring her back, they should try and imply a bit more of that. So the two of them come in the middle of the ring. They shake hands before the match starts, and then Rio just starts to crush Yuka's hand, and Yuka's just like, "Oh my god!" So she finally lets it go, and Yuka starts crying in the corner. Rio with a head submission, but gets countered by Yuka in a head triangle. Rio was on the verge of passing out, but muscles up and hits Yuka with a powerbomb. Yuka gets a sliding clothesline for 2 and connects with the Magical Girl Splash for 2, which... What? It's the Magical Girl Splash? You can't kick out of that. The Magical Girl 450, however, misses. Rio hits Uranage.
Uranage!
And then a couple of close roll-ups from Yuka, gets 2 counts. There's the spear by Mizunami, and then the lariat for another couple of close 2 counts. Mizunami then kind of connects with a sort of spike pile driver and wins the Japanese bracket. Rio Mizunami moves on to Dynamite. Speaking of Dynamite, the second semi-final is your boy, the Griz's last remaining member of this tournament, Riho, takes on Chris's Thunder Rosa. This is an American bracket semi-final match. As during the match, Rosa hangs Rio up on the top with a vertical suplex and then a big boot for good measure. There's a crossbody from Rio for 2. Rosa hits a running clothesline in the corner and a drop kick. There's a dragonplex by Riho, and she goes up top, but Rosa back and forth fight on the top. Riho hits the double stomp while Rosa is hanging off the ropes. Rosa with a lariat, which gets a deep 2 count, and then Rosa just gets this sort of falling backwards roll-up pin. And Griz is now officially eliminated from the tournament. All my picks are gone.
I have a theory.
Of a dead man?
If you like. I think the reason that Riho didn't make it to the finals...
There's literally a theory seated sitting next to me.
I think the reason that Riho didn't make it to the finals is because, can you imagine how fucking tongue-twisted JR would get trying to distinguish Rio from Riho?
Yeah. Totally. Well, see, that's the thing, is like, when it comes to these matches, JR just makes bizarre comments, just like during this match, it's like, Riho, she only weighs 98 pounds, yeah. It's like, good input there, well done. Cheers.
To be fair, though, he done that with Spike Dudley all the time. 150 pounds soaking wet.
Soaking wet. I suppose. So we move on to Monday night.
Monday?
Yes. So we get a couple of prelim matches. So we first get Leva Bates taking on Maddie Winkowski. With the dark backdrop, interestingly enough. So technically, I guess you could count these two as dark matches. No pun intended. So, very, very short rundown for these ones. Leva Bates comes out with, obviously, she's a librarian. She loves her books. She comes out with the Young Bucks autobiography and Justin Roberts' book, which obviously pops him at ringside. So she kind of comes out and like points the Young Bucks book at him, and then like moves away and is like, it's your book. I have listened to the audiobook of that. Justin Roberts' book, more specifically. It's fine. It's a fun little listen.
Yeah, I heard that the stuff that folk actually want to know about is like the stuff at the end. So you need to get like through his childhood and all that and his upbringing before you get to like his time in WWE.
Yeah, this is that kind of stuff where it's like the kind of stories about like Benoit and JBL and all that, like being big boys.
That's the shit you want to hear. Who are the assholes?
Exactly.
Of course that we know who they are, really. But
Yeah.
you kind of want
I
to
feel
hear it from someone rather than just, I thought, oh, I don't like him, he's a prick.
I feel like Bobbert Holly was also involved in that.
Yeah, he was, they were like a wee trio, them three.
What a fucking trio then, I. So, Maddie almost wins this match in the later stages when she hits an X Factor. An X Factor that she hits where she goes so high that Leva Bates hits the ground before Maddie does.
Oh, so like a bit, like the old Bella Buster.
Exactly. Because X-Pac goes so good at jumping to the same height as his opponent, so like they would land at the same time. But Maddie Winkowski fucking like went up, probably managed to make a cup of tea, drink said cup of tea, and then come back down, and then leave a base hit the ground, and then she was still fucking in there.
I think it would maybe be different if she'd maybe done the high jump and then on the way down grab.
Maybe.
And then
Maybe.
pull it down, then it creates that momentum.
Yeah, because like you could do the thing where like you kick her in the gut so she's bent over, and
And then do like, the
you do
massive
the leap.
jump and then pull down.
Yeah. I feel like that's something that fucking Bianca Belair should do now. Since she lost the Royal Rumble.
Rhea has to show us the videotape.
Exactly, she should.
Think that could be an idea.
I hope
Instead
so.
of Charlotte challenging Asuka at WrestleMania, the way that it kind of looks like it's going, she could come back. She could come and go, well, do you know what? I kind of won the Royal Rumble. Here's the tape.
Yeah.
Challenging for a women's championship. Not
Yeah,
you.
just
And
do
then
the.
Rhea Ripley and Asuka.
I like that idea. Or I thought you were maybe gonna like just try and add her into the SmackDown Women's Title match.
Nah. I'm not really got an interest in seeing Rhea against Sasha.
Yeah, but no, I like the idea of Asuka versus Rhea. Although I think what they probably will end up doing is having, now that Charlotte has started to stake claim for the Raw Women's Championship, Rhea then makes her proper Raw debut, and then it's like, oh well, the winner of this match will go on to face Asuka at Mania, and then that's when you finally give Rhea her victory that she should have had last year over Charlotte.
Yeah.
Also, last week on Raw, fucking Shayna Baszler legit kicked a tooth out of Asuka's sweet little face.
It's okay. Asuka has insurance.
I hope so. I just hope she's okay.
I think she will be. I think she's only going to miss like a week.
Yeah, which was this week. She was not on Raw.
Yeah.
Um,
Look at Cesaro. He gets his teeth knocked into his gums and was wrestling the next day.
I don't know why. Getting your teeth knocked out is one thing. It's kind of icky. But the thing that happened to Cesaro was even more disturbing.
Getting your teeth knocked in. Ooh.
I literally knocked in. Gruesome. Anyway. So, Maddie then starts tearing up the Young Bucks book. And then,
And Griz became her biggest fan.
well, she was my pick in the tournament.
Well, technically she wasn't.
Well, she was. When she replaced Anna Jay, she became one of my picks in the tournament. So,
Aye, by default.
yeah, the two greatest words in the English language. So, clearly, very clearly, this is not an actual copy of the Young Bucks autobiography. This was made clear by Excalibur, who, so the cover fell off of the book, and it had this very obvious green cover, and Excalibur points out, I don't remember my copy having a green cover like that.
They should just use the real book, because then they would have got an extra book in the sales.
Exactly, that's what I thought, because like practically every match Leva Bates has, like somebody rips up the Young Bucks book because she brings it in the ring, so why not just buy actual copies? And then it's like, okay, well, it's going to get ripped up, but you know what? You're still going to get the money for it. I really don't think you're going to care, you fucking marks. I'm surprised on being the Elite yet they haven't started trying to go around every fucking bookstore and like, is there book getting sold here?
But before the book was sold, they were advertising it. Something awful.
Yeah, no, I remember. It's just recently, man. Obviously, like when it comes to the Young Bucks, it just pisses me off so much.
It's not pissing me off, but I know what you mean, and I'm kind of feeling it a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were kind of saying before we started that you weren't feeling them as much anymore.
Yeah, but I think it's time to change things up a bit. It's becoming a bit stagnant.
Yeah, it's very much feels like it's coasting off of previous sort of accomplishments.
And I mean, fair dues to them, like they can. If they keep doing it, they retain a lot of fans.
They do have a right to, but it just doesn't mean you should.
Yes, the work they've done in the past is fucking great, but in my opinion, that was then. What about now?
Mm-hmm. And it just doesn't help the fact that you're like, you know, one of the higher ups in the major company, and then it's like, oh, we won't give ourselves the belts right away, but when we do, we'll hold them for longer than any other tag champions, which I feel like they're getting kind of close to.
November, 5 months. Yeah, because they're 2 months short of Hangman and Omega.
Mm-hmm. And unless something wild happens this Sunday, I don't see them losing them for another couple of months.
I mean, it's entirely possible that they could lose them this Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be what it's got to be. I guess we're kind of going to see with that, which... but obviously, we can get more into that chatter as we go on. So the ref takes the book from Leva because she was about to attempt to hit Maddie with it. So while the ref has his back turned, Maddie grabs Griz and Robert's book and then knocks the fuck out of Leva Bates with it. 1, 2, 3, and Maddie Winkowski gets her first AEW victory and an absolute kind of shock.
Yeah, it sounds like it, especially with Dark, because normally the names get the wins. It's like the old Superstars and Wrestling Challenge.
And Metal. And Jacked. And Sunday Night Heat. And Velocity.
You're just going through them all, aren't you?
Anymore. Wrestling Challenge.
Main event.
Superstars. We said that one. But the Superstars
reboot.
I was about to say the Superstars reboot didn't really have jobber matches. It was just...
but they had the fucking Undertaker on the first show.
I know. Well,
it's not like Undertaker versus Matt Hardy.
Well, see, like this is the thing. Everybody remembers that match. Do you not remember the fucking match they had on the first main event? They had World Champion Sheamus versus WWE Champion CM Punk in an inter-branded champion versus champion match.
I remember also that they had a Shield versus the Wyatt family 6-man tag on it.
Yeah, like main event had some fucking pedigree behind it.
But that's what they tend to do though with these things. Like they give you like a big match like the first couple of weeks, and then it begins to be what it's actually going to be.
The Superstars was always the biggest tease, though. It was because they had the rotating face thing, so it was like every week it could be like, oh, it could be John Cena versus Triple H, Randy Orton versus The Undertaker, and then the face stops. It's like, it's Primo against
Yoshitatsu!
Yeah. Wow! If only I could have stopped it just a bit sooner. I think there was even times where I started playing with the pause button to try and see if I could pause on a face match, and I did get like John Cena versus The Undertaker. It's like, wow! And then played it. It's like, oh, it's fucking Epico against fucking Heath Slater.
Well, if you wanted that match, you need to make Teddy Long the GM of Superstars.
Let me holler at you, player.
You're going to be facing
The Undertaker in a straight up tag team match. Wait, what? I don't know, I'm senile. Or, as Teddy Long was like on the Talking Shop of Mania, it's like, I'm just here to get paid, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Respect.
You cannot deny the value of a dollar.
I mean, the man's a hustler. In the good way.
Yeah. So we'll move on to our next match. As legit, Layla Hirsch took on Miranda Alize. I think I called her Alize in the last time I mentioned her as Alize. So Miranda bounces off the second rope and goes for some kind of corkscrew thing. Anyway, she botched whatever it was, so that was what it was. Miranda then goes for a running cutter, but Layla locks her in the armbar, and Alize taps it immediately. Short and sweet. I mean, it was a bit longer than that, but it was pretty short.
Just like Hershey.
Hershey's Kisses?
No, that's what I call Layla Hirsch, wee Hershey.
Yeah. I know, like, she is kind of sweet. Also, Stardom alumni, so, you know.
And also, Taz, get your fucking finger out.
Jesus, come on.
Get her on Team Taz, pronto.
He genuinely gushes over her every match that he sees her in, so why not just do it?
Yes, get her in Team Taz. I think, say, once this Darby Allin and Sting thing's done, and I think it's going to finish on Sunday.
Fucking
maybe
hope so.
We'll see some new recruits.
I think he needs one more. I genuinely think he needs Layla Hirsch, and then that's it. He's got the group now.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he's got the two big strong guys. He's got Ricky Starks. He's got Young Boy Hook. All he needs is a woman, and who better than literally female Taz?
Yes.
Hey, Bell. So this leads us to the US bracket final as Thunder Rosa took on Nyla Rose. So, excuse me, I needed to do something off mic. Rosa gets an ankle lock early on in the match, which gets countered out of quite quickly. She continues working on the leg and knee of Nyla using the knee DTs and the half crab. Rosa starts getting thrown into the guardrail and the apron at ringside. Did you know the apron was the hardest part of the ring?
Not a clue.
It's not a nice place to get hit, apparently. So Nyla goes for the spear, but gets a ring post instead. Rosa with a crossbody on Nyla, again on the outside. The ref stops any continued attacks on Nyla because she looked like she was kind of potentially injured, but it was a fake out. She grabs Rosa and pulls her head first into the apron of the ring, the hardest part of the ring. So Nyla goes up top. Rosa yanks her off. There's a knee to the face of Rose and a running drop kick, then another drop kick, then a miss-out style version of that from Rosa for 2. Nyla sets Rosa up for the King Kong knee drop off the off the top while Rosa's dangling over the ropes, which she nails for 2. Rosa hits a Death Valley driver on Nyla for 2, which looked fucking insane. Rosa follows up with a stunner and a back suplex for 2. Rosa comes off the top and then just gets caught with the Beast Bomb. 1, 2, 3, and it's over. And Nyla Rose advances to the final. So Chris's Thunder Rosa is defeated, and it's going to be a Robert versus Robert final. Whoever wins, we lose.
Yay.
Well, which is really funny, considering the start of the episode where we made this thing and you were just bitching and moaning about getting all the fluff.
What are you talking about? I picked Rio for the beginning, I tell yous. She's going to win this. She's the best. She's number 1.
So yeah, so it's going to be an all Robert final, and everyone else is getting chewed out.
Yeah.
This now brings us on to AEW Dark Horse's top 5 of the week, which now I have added even more to, because I've decided to start listing the name of the show, because it's not just AEW Dark anymore. They have to do this weird thing where they have to describe exactly what happens in the episode instead of just saying, oh, this is AEW Dark. So this week's AEW Dark episode is titled, How Will These Matches Impact AEW Dynamite The Crossroads? Watch now and find out. The answer is, they don't. And you'll find out because the people up for nomination this week are Louis Valley, who I have just found out was apparently part of the Batiri in Chikara, and now I can't unsee that. Who knew? Any Chikara fans, you know, that's that. So Louis Valley and Chris Parks, Peaks and Valleys. Fucking hell, I said Chris Parks. That's the best. Chris Peaks, with their 0-1 tag team records, took on Lee Johnson and Aaron Solo. Kylan King and Red Velvet took on Ivelisse and Diamante. Fuego Del Sol and John Cruz took on Top Flight. They had a 0-0. They had a 0-0 record. Tori Vega, Aaron Fry, and Angel Fashion had a 0-0 record as they went up against the Gun Club. Renee Michelle, with her 0-1 record, took on Abaddon. JD Drake and his 0-1 record took on Stu Grayson. The Acclaim. What?
Don't call him Dick.
Yeah, don't call him Dick, because that's not his name. I don't know why I would. The Acclaimed hits up with another sweet-ass rap about Dark Order number 10, leading into their match on Dynamite. Umbadu and Baron Black, with their 0-0 tag record, took on Bear Country. Levi Shapiro, John Skyler, and Ryzen, with their 0-0 record, took on Dark Order members Uno, 5, and Colt Cabana. JJ Garrett, with a 0-1 record, took on Max Caster. Sean Dean and Carly Bravo, I think I called him Charlie last week. It's actually Carly Bravo. Carly. With their 0-2 record, took on TH2. Steve Stetson, with a 0-0 singles record, took on Orange Cassidy. VSK, with a 0-1 singles record, took on Chuck Taylor. Daniel Joseph, with his 0-1 record, took on 10. And then your main event was SCU versus Mike and Matt Sydal. So the top 5 coming out this week. For the second week running, I believe, Renee Michelle gets another shout out. I very much enjoy her.
And I miss these Spuds.
I can't watch without going, God damn, Spud, you did get there. Well done, brother. Again, for the second week in a row, JD Drake gets a shout out. The guy is fucking awesome. Like, I I don't know what it is, but see, sometimes when you just have a big kind of out of shape looking fucking bruiser wrestler, out of shape looking, clear word looking, bruiser wrestler, like, I don't know, they just kind of do stuff for me. Like, it's I just thought the guy is fucking awesome, and had a fucking beast of a match against Stu Grayson, which is obviously one of the much more underrated wrestlers in the Dark Order.
Oh, yeah.
Drake, however, does still come out to the Dynamite theme music, which is, I thought maybe that was just a flub last week, but still came into it this week, which was very weird. Number 3, the team of Umbadu and Baron Black. They may have the shittiest theme songs in AEW, but together as a tag team.
Their own theme song.
Oh my god, could you imagine if those two theme songs were remixed? Which isn't a complaint that I can really have anymore, because a lot of the enhancement talent are already in the ring these days, so they don't even get their entrances.
Mm-hmm. Which is the way it should be. Unless you're Fuego del Sol.
I didn't necessarily mind them having their theme song entrances, because the ramp is so short, it doesn't really matter. Number 4 was, I think this was another return from last week, or maybe the week before, as Sean Dean and Carly Bravo get the nod, because I'm really enjoying this team, and there's a note on Carly Bravo that I've got in a little minute in the notes, the dark notes. Ooh. And number 5 this week will be VSK. I love him because he's a tiny Johnny Gargano, and that amuses me. But he's actually also hella awesome.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to make a prediction for next Tuesday's Dark.
Okay.
I predict if Fuego will be in your top 5.
Well, let's have a look then. So is this going to be next week's Dark, as in next Tuesday's, or is
next
this
Tuesday's Dark, March 9th?
Right. So this is not going to be the bonus Saturday edition.
Yeah, we're getting the highly anticipated, if you watch Sammy Guevara's vlog, match between Fuego del Sol and QT Marshall.
I think what we should try and do is maybe try and link, because you were telling me offline that there was a promo package that they made for this match on Sammy Guevara's blog. I think we should try and link that YouTube video in the notes.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. It's about a 20-minute video.
Well, just give us the timestamp.
Timestamp. Yeah, I'll look that up. Unless you want to see Sammy Guevara defending the BET Championship. No, sorry, I mean the now Sammy Guevara Vlog Championship against his mum.
Because you said the BET Championship, and it's like the Black Entertainment Network Championship.
Oh, I meant to say BTE.
I know, it sounded funnier.
The formerly known as BTE Championship, now referenced as Sammy Guevara Vlog Championship.
Interesting.
Which belt now exclusively only gets defended on Sammy Guevara's vlog.
That's perfect. What you should do is you should go all Zack Ryder with it and make a different version of the belt.
Oh no, he done the TNA, he done the Global Force. He's just put a sticker over it.
Perfect. Man, like, I mean, I watched BTE for like 2 months maybe, and then I just got kind of bored with it. But I think now Sammy Guevara's vlogs should be the new thing. They fill the gap of 20 minutes.
I mean, some of his shit's really good. Like, you know how there's been some rumours recently about him having heat?
Oh yeah, the whole Impact situation.
Right? It was snowing a couple of weeks ago in America, and he was out basically in doggies and a t-shirt doing snow angels.
Okay.
And his birds like that. what the fuck are you doing? You're going to catch a cold. And he's like, the internet says I have heat, and if I've got too much heat, so I need to cool down. I need to do something. And then this week there was a wee sort of segment with Fuego. Last week's episode, Fuego was kidnapped.
Uh-oh.
By a pregnant African American woman.
Okay.
If that's basically what they refer to her as, it's Brandy Rhodes. And released him on the condition that he takes out Sammi. So he goes to confront Sammi in his hotel room, and the video just pauses. And Sammy's like, I don't like this creative. Rewind. And it rewinds and they redo the scene.
Oh my god. So for anybody that doesn't know, the apparent heat that he has is when he left the Inner Circle a couple of weeks ago, he was apparently meant to go to TNA for the most recent round of tapings. And then while he was on his way there, they told him what he was going to be doing. And he's like, yeah, that doesn't sound good to me. What about this? And then he said something back, and they were like, why don't I just not bother coming? And that was it.
There's a bit more to it than that. Tony Khan suggested
that
something.
The abridged version.
Yeah. Tony Khan suggested a scenario to Scott D'Amore. Scott D'Amore knocked it back and suggested something else. Mm-hmm. Tony Khan then knocked that back and suggested a new thing. And then both parties agreed.
Okay.
And then supposedly Sammi disagreed. When I say supposedly, because not everything you read on fucking internet's true.
True.
So Sammi did not like the third plan that was came up.
Yeah.
And I mean, if it's a third plan and an argument of, I don't want to, nah, that doesn't work for me. No, what about this? No, that doesn't work for me. What about this? It just already feels like bad booking right away.
Yeah, if it's bouncing back that many times.
Yeah.
Right, so we'll move on to the Dark Notes, where during the Peaks and Valleys match, they threw up the Tag Team Battle Royal that's happening at Revolution. So they showed all these tag teams, but then they have that logo for the new gambling game that's came out, and the two faces of that logo are Orange Cassidy and Sting. So see, at a glance, it looked like Orange Cassidy and Sting were a tag team that were going to enter this battle royal because of how small the thing was.
Yeah.
Which looked really funny. Lee Johnson gets the win in that tag team match, which now officially gives Aaron Solo his first AEW victory, which would make sense now that he's part of the Nightmare family.
And we will get to the fucking Nightmare family later on, by the way.
Yeah, we will. Velvet of the Red variety hits the shotgun dropkick and wins her match, helping Kylan King get a win over a big tag team in AEW when they beat Ivelisse and Diamante.
Meh. Are they really? They've not been booked like one since they won that women's tag tournament last year.
They've been kept relatively strong, I would say. I don't know why. Well, tell us what you think about that. Like, go in a bit of detail.
Like, Ivelisse, like, I don't mean to come across as nasty or anything, but she's a bag. Oh, she's a bag of shit. She's rotten. What the fuck? Like, she was having banger matches in Lucha Underground, and now I don't think she's not good at all. And Diamante, I feel like she's being dragged down by this partnership with Ivelisse. Like, Diamante's not the best wrestler in the world, but I think she has potential. But not when she's paired with Ivelisse. And it just feels that since the women's tournament, they've just kind of been background characters. And it doesn't sit right. Like, they're basically like Jade's heavies now. And they haven't even been seen with Jade in fuck knows how long.
Yeah, because they had that 1 or 2 like backstage segments where
attacking Brandy, attacking Red Velvet.
And then that was it.
Yeah.
And then also Nyla was a part of that.
Nyla and Vicky Guerrero, yeah.
Yeah, and then they never were really a part of it again either. I think what we've kind of established, because we've kind of mentioned this a couple of times now, is when it comes to Eva Lise, it does just kind of feel like Lucha Underground editing is what made her look like the wrestler she was.
Yeah.
And now that's been taken away, it kind of shows that she's not that great. Or maybe she's just lost it, because, I mean, I think, again, we kind of maybe had this conversation of how long was it between, like, how long was it since Lucha Underground and maybe her getting picked up by AEW was, like, her last matches? Because maybe she's just rusty and just can't get back into the swing of things like she used to.
She done a lot of indies.
Mm-hmm. Because this was the annoying thing, is the fact that like she was a massive fucking star in Lucha Underground, and when she came into AEW, everybody was pretty excited, and it just kind of flopped essentially. Like, they won that tag tournament, and that was about it. Yeah, and then nothing happened.
I honestly believe that she's holding Diamante down.
See, this is the thing. I know
Diamante, I don't think she's the best wrestler in the world, but she has the potential to be more than what she currently is.
Well, what I was about to say there is, like, I can't help but feel as if, like, and it's just kind of one of these things, because, like, I feel like if you're going to have, like, a big faction, you kind of need to have all your bases covered. I wouldn't mind seeing Diamante as part of Inner Circle, because she has that history with Pride and Powerful and all that, and
yeah,
at least you kind of have a woman there as well. Like, if you're going to go with a big faction thing where everybody can cover all bases for all titles, why not like have her in there?
Yeah.
The next dark note is after Bear Country's match. Butcher and Blade attacked them because a couple of weeks ago during that lumberjack match, Bear Country got involved. So it looks like probably these two might be two of the prominent tag teams that are going to be in this battle royal. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a big spot between these four.
Butcher and the Blade are hunting bears. It's open season.
Open season. We found out during Carly Bravo's match that he has only been wrestling for around 4 months.
He's a wrestling baby.
Yeah, and he's not bad for someone that's been wrestling 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
VSK had a nice little combo in his match where he kind of had a suplex and then right into a splash, which was a quite cool little combo. And then during Ten's match, we learned that this was recorded at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, they filmed like right through the night. It's fucking crazy.
Fucking insane. So Excalibur is literally doing about 5 hours of commentary.
Yeah,
it's bonkers, man. And this is also the match where -1 comes on commentary and then just abuses Excalibur.
I really like -1.
He's funny, and as I says a few weeks ago, keep it on dark and it's fine. And yeah, that's what they're doing now, and so I can appreciate it for what it is.
I mean, they had him on Dynamite this week, but it worked.
Yeah, it was only a little thing.
Uh-huh.
Like, it
Where he wanted to kick fuck out of Max Caster, but 10 was holding him back.
Yeah, like little things like.
Did you hear the bit of commentary where they acknowledged -1 as the leader of the Dark Order?
Yeah, they've been saying that for a while now.
That was the first time I'd heard it.
Because I think a couple of weeks ago in commentary, he said that. It's like, I'm the leader of the Dark Order now. Well, and it kind of shows, because he definitely is his dad's son, the way that he acts.
Well, I don't think he's not been on being the elite, doing like his dad's stuff.
Yeah, but they do have him in proper gear now, which is good because
the matches Ted's.
Yeah, for one of my notes during Dynamite, it's like. It's good they've got actual gear and boots and a proper mask for -1, so he's not running about in his underwear anymore, because Dark is getting fucking weird.
Yeah, it was all. I'd seen clips where it's almost like a feral child.
Yeah. It's weird. It's like, can you stop having a fucking 10-year-old run about in their underwear? And bare feet is fucking weird.
Yeah, it's teetering on the edge of creepy.
And then also, again, the fact that I kind of took that note of it's getting recorded at 1:30 in the morning, and that kid is there. Like,
yeah,
should you not be asleep? Do you not have work or school the next day?
Fuck knows how anything works in America just now.
But I just can't help but feel like that's one of those things where it's like, even a kid that age should not be up at 1 in the morning, or closer to 2 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, he's like, what, 10?
Yeah.
10, 11?
I still feel like that's a bit too young.
I done my first all-nighter when I was 11.
Fair enough. Maybe that was just me then. But anyway, we'll move on from AEW Dark, because that was your Dark Horses of the Week. We move on to, say it with me now, B-T-I-E. No, I for Igloo. There you go.
Not I for Impact.
I didn't ask for a perfectly reasonable excuse. I just asked you to get busy.
You don't need to ask. I'm always busy.
I know. You forget that I have your camera.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're talking about my camera. You can sign up for my fans only.
Yeah, boy. I got that free preview. It's, as they would say in the Geordie Shore, mint. Did I do it right?
Yeah. But we've said that in Glasgow for years as well, before Geordie Shore.
I know. It's just, as you were in detail about something, I overheard a bit of Geordie Shore in the other room, and it's like, God, like, yeah, get the collective of, like, handsome and pretty people with the absolute worst accents in the UK, and then make...
I like the Geordie accent. The worst accent in the UK is Scouse.
And that's...
Zach Gibson.
Ah. And he's never...
chicken in a can of Coke.
I really hope Lexi of the Turnbuckle Alarms does not listen to this, because I imagine she's going to be like, you what, mate?
Nothing personal, Ken.
I think
your accent's horrendous.
I think you and her would get on really well. I think that needs to happen at some point.
A turning buckle arms.
You know what? Let's put a pin in that. I think maybe the next time Chris can make an episode, see if she would be willing to jump on. Because she's one of those few people that's like me, and it's just like we could just go on and on and on.
Sounds like we could do a charity live stream.
I did post that towards the Johners group a couple of months ago, and it's like, I reckon between all of us, because the Johners podcasting network is fucking vast at this point. Obviously, we're a part of that, and we thank you. But a 24-hour wrestling podcast stream could, for charity, like, could be badass. And I've already taken it upon myself to try and be the Iron Man.
Well, I imagine that you would have breaks for food and stuff, but...
Well, like, that could be that kind of thing where if we get, like, say if we had, like, 6 people on, people can rotate, yada yada.
Tag in and out.
Yeah, tag in and out. So, like, it's something like, if I needed to go for dinner, I could, like, fucking wander off for, like, 20 minutes, half an hour. But it's that kind of thing where I've just, like, I've decided when or if this ever happens, I'm want to try and be the Iron Man and just be on as long as possible. Not for any more reason than just
Bragging rights.
I probably wouldn't have anything else to do. Because I don't know if you noticed, I like talking about wrestling, and I could talk about it for quite a long time.
Funny you say that. I'm the same.
Well, good, because you'll probably be dragged into it.
I would be dragged in, yeah.
Yeah, dragged, kicking and screaming. Probably not talking about how you bested the two of us at the women's tournament.
Just better than you, and you know it.
I mean, you're not wrong, to be honest. I mean, although I am still the longest reigning and currently still reigning Megabits Wrestling Quiz champion, and that was without you.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some proof in the pudding that I can do it myself. And I say myself, me and our home dog, what the fuck is his first name? Brown is his thing. David. I wanted to see Darren. It's like, that's not right.
Well, you were close when you were thinking D.
Yeah. That's more your bag, thinking of the D, but
I played the fifth.
Exactly. Inches. So this God damn it, Rick, come on. Straight face, let's go on for this.
So before the impact.
Yes, before the impact's exclusive match this week was Raheem Raju versus James Storm. And as Chris kind of alluded to last week, this was quite a big match to be on, being the almost did it before the impact. So let's see how it went. The first thing that did annoy me was the fact that Johnny Swinger purposely says, "Oh yeah, let's get bets in this match," and then Johnny Swinger wasn't there, because the perfect part of this would be Rohit and Storm in the ring, and then you had like Johnny Swinger and his swingerettes, and like Falapa and AC, not AC, Alicia and Johnny Bravo, like all on the apron, like all like footering about with money and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Like that was the one thing it was missing, because the whole match stemmed out of Johnny Swinger even saying, "Oh well, let's put bets on this match," and then he made another match this week on Impact, which we'll get to, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's probably going to be before the Impact. Jesus, there's too many. Anyway,
BTs,
BT Sports,
BT God.
Yes, there is. Right, swig a cider for the working man.
Glodsy. No, the match
to kind of reset myself.
The match with Ace Austin and Chris Bay that was made on Swingers Palace during Impact this week is actually being announced for Impact next week, not BTI.
You are correct, sir. That is right. And I don't remember why I didn't remember that, because I watched that literally before we started recording. But that seemed like hours ago at this point. Because
Probably just so fresh in your memory that
yeah, that
it's
it
not
didn't
clicked
stick.
in yet.
Yeah. Plus, I'm always kind of one of these people where, like, I fucking barely remembered any of this shit that I've just talked about until I read my notes. So, Rohit Raju took on James Storm. So there was at one point, James Storm pops Rohit just square in the face, and then Rohit actually gets a boxing-style 10 count while he was laid down on the mat. Storm then gets in Shearer's face on the outside. This gives Rohit a chance to hit a drop kick to the outside, then hip tosses Storm on the ramp. After a long beatdown, Storm comes back and gets a diving neckbreaker for 2. Shearer then distracts Storm again by not really doing anything. Just kind of, takes that one step too close to the ring, and James Storm's like, ugh, what are you doing? It's like James Storm was like a cat in this match. So, what's going on here? I'm a cat. I'm here live. I'm not a cat. Storm is in the corner, and Shearer starts holding Storm by the trunks. Sabin then gets Shearer to stop, and then this allows Storm to counter Rohit's attempt at a splash into a long blower for 2. Stormer then attempts Eye of the Storm, but Rohit counters and hits a flatliner for 2. Rohit then goes for the Mumbai Drive, which is his finishing maneuver. But no dice, last call super kick, and then Storm wins. As soon as the 3 count is hit, Shearer then comes in and starts demolishing both Storm and Sabin. So this leads to one of the other matches that's booked for next week's Impact, which we'll get to during the rundown. So Impact this week starts out with Talia Valkyrie still being in the Impact intro.
She's a legacy. She really helped revitalise that Knockouts division. So she's part of the history, a key part of the history.
But it's all current talent in the intro.
Yeah, they'll change it. Once we get past Sacrifice, and they need to change it so that Moose is holding the 2 belts.
True.
She'll probably be edited out. No point in changing it now when you're going to change it again in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thought that I've had about this. I don't know if I should keep it for next week or not. Fuck it, I'll just do it now. I don't think that there's going to be a definitive winner in that match.
Are you sure?
That's my opinion, yeah. I think it's going to go to like a double disqualification, and then...
It was also your opinion that Riho, Maki Ito, etc., were going to win this tournament.
You know what? Broken clock's right twice a day, okay?
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
What if the clock is broken and has no hands?
Then it's a frisbee.
Well, there you go. Your guess is a frisbee.
Your opinions are frisbees?
No, your opinions are frisbees.
Oh, fucking hell. It's been a long week, ladies and gentlemen. So we get into Impact this week with Black Taurus, Ace Austin, and Chris Bay going in it in 3-way action. The winner will be the new numero uno contender for the X Division Championship that will take place at Sacrifice.
I'm going to start a new wee thing.
Okay.
For myself here, right?
I appreciate when other people start bringing stuff, little bits to the podcast.
Wrestler of the Week.
Okay.
Robo Senpai's Wrestler of the Week.
Why didn't you do it for Wrestler of the Show?
No, because it goes through all the wrestling that I've watched.
Ah. Yeah, because you don't watch as much as me, surprisingly.
I do. I watch fucking New Japan, including all the Road 2 shows, so fuck you.
That was a... Yeah, okay, you probably watch as much wrestling as me, just not the same wrestling as me.
Yes.
Yeah, to be more accurate.
The criteria for Wrestler of the Week has to be that the shows that we both watch.
So NXT is out pretty much every week.
Well, because I don't watch it.
Yeah, totally. And to be honest, I would probably say most of the time, despite the fact I do watch it, probably wouldn't be much either.
Mm-hmm. So, the inaugural Wrestler of the Week award this week goes to Black Taurus.
Yeah, boy.
Oh my god. He's a fucking unit that jumps about like he's Rey Mysterio.
We were talking a couple of weeks ago about how it's hard to determine how good this dude was because he was stuck in tag matches and stuff. Tonight was his night.
Oh, fucking complete breakthrough moment.
He made the most of it, and genuinely, like, I went in this match just being like, Black Taurus has to win this. There's no reason he should not win this. And, well, as we'll see at the end of the match, so we'll get there. So Ace and Bay, who I will call Base for the rest of the match, tried to double team Taurus early on, but Taurus fights. Ace gets a kick off the ropes, and then Base with a double team dive on Taurus on the outside. Base then have a good back and forth counter of moves, and then Bay goes for a springboard, but Taurus grabs Bay's leg and yanks him down. Ace attempts a dive and is caught and then slammed on the floor by Taurus. Bay then low bridges Ace Austin, taking him to the floor, then hits a big DDT on Taurus for 2. Taurus catches Bay off of a dive and goes for a vertical suplex. But as he has him up, Ace Austin comes off the top rope with a drop kick for added ouchies. Ace then attempts to fold, but Taurus just pounces him out of nowhere to prevent that. He's just like, get out of here, son. Then he hits a gruesome Samoan drop on Chris Bay. Taurus tries a monkey flip, but then is thrown to the outside and starts favouring his knee. So while the ref is distracted, Bay goes for the art finesse, but Fulton swipes the legs, causing Chris Bay to crash to the floor, allowing Ace Austin to hit the fold, gets the victory, and Ace Austin will move on to Sacrifice to wrestle for the X Division Championship.
It confuses me though that he had to go through all this to be the number one contender, despite the fact winning the X Cup in January.
I know. I think he should hold that in his back pocket because, like, was it not already implied that the winner got a title shot?
Don't think so. I think basically what it meant was he won this tournament, so he is technically the top contender in the X Division.
Maybe it was more
Wasn't
so
like if you win, you get a title match.
Yeah, maybe it was more so implied and not.
Yeah, I think it was more of an implication.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's there anyway. He's got his shot that he wanted, and this has potential to be fucking awesome. This sacrifice is shaping up to be fucking awesome.
Yeah, it really is.
So up next, backstage, Grace and Jazz were joined by the Women's Tag Team Champions as they go back and forth before their title match next Saturday. Saturday, not Sunday. They kind of jibber jabber about how Deanna and Grace are going to have a match tonight, and then Grace kind of says, okay, well, you know what? Why don't we make it a triple threat match? I'll go speak to Scott D'Amore just now, and we'll make that happen. So Kiera Hogan gets added to the main event. So it's going to be Hogan, Grace, and Deanna Purrazzo. Still backstage, Myers tries to butter up Cardona before their match, where Cardona will be the referee. Matt says, I am going to call this down the middle. And Myers says, what about the middle-ish? And then Matt says, oh yeah, but that would be... That wouldn't be professional.
Wink, wink. Nudgy, nudgy.
Up next, Tennille Dashwood takes on Havoc. So during oh my god, TBI? BTI. I put that in the wrong order. God damn it. That really threw me off. Before the Impact, Dashwood was upset at the fact that the BTI top 5 that they have every week, she was not involved in it. And she's like, but I'm in everybody's top 5. And Caleb says, oh, well, yeah, you're the number 1 space in my MySpace top 8. So they say, oh, well, if you beat Havoc tonight, I reckon you'll definitely be in the BTI top 5 next week. And she's like, no. Number 1. So going into the match, Caleb saves Dashwood from a slam by pulling her off of Havoc's shoulders. We come back from the ads, and Dash has Havoc in the Tarantula.
A tarantula?
What's the Tarantula?
An arachnid spider.
Dash with a full Nelson on the back of Havoc, but eventually she fights out. But she had that locked in for a long time. Havoc gets a big boot, and then Dashwood tries a sunset flip, but no dice. Dash gets a roll up from the corner with her fleeps on the ropes, but only gets 2. Havoc scoops up Dash, and Caleb comes on the apron again, so Havoc drops her. Then she turns around, attempts the leg drop, but Dashwood moves out the way. Dashwood then hits the spotlight kick for the victory, and Dashwood has now officially pinned both Havoc and Nevaeh.
She's on a bit of a fucking roll.
She is a bit. I wonder if this is leading to a little something.
I think it might be.
Because this is the thing when it comes to Tennille Dashwood, she just always seemed to be there. Like when she first debuted, she showed up for a period and then disappeared for a while. So now that, and then when she came back, she just didn't have much to do. But this whole kind of,
it was a lot of gimmick work, I think she was doing, and now
Yeah.
that she really established this influencer gimmick.
it was very,
Now put the effort, focus her effort. I mean, not put the effort, focus the effort on the in-ring stuff, and
It was
maybe get back to that sort of wrestling level.
that everyone remembered her as.
Yeah, that we hold her against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because when you see like sort of when she came back, it was a lot more character work. It was almost like she was doing the kind of Emelina gimmick that was shot down in WWE. So now she's like really starting to work a lot more in ring, and it's definitely building to something, I feel. And you know, the few losses she has had recently, like with the 6-person tag match that they had against Decay. She left the match kind of as it was ending, so you know she wasn't pinned or anything like that.
Pin or anything.
Yeah. So after the match, Nevaeh shows up and starts attacking Caleb specifically, and then hits Caleb with a K with the sort of Sister Abigail style DDT, kind of the one that Alexa Bliss is starting to utilize these days.
BT Guns used it for a long time.
Yeah, that's that sort of one.
And I think he calls it something to do with Ninja Turtles. I think it's something like the Techno Drone or something.
I assume that's
he's a massive Turtles fan.
However, I'm not, so I can't say whether I can't confirm nor deny. But Sami Callihan then loads into frame. Literally, it goes, and he is in Ohio in Trey's training school. Why do you not call it the training school? The Treying?
Because it's technically not his school. It's ran by the guy with the cane.
Yeah.
But Trey's like one of the head trainers.
Just training school. It's right there.
Yes.
So Sammi then starts knocking shit off the walls, like points at one of the kind of drawings of the Rascals, and it's kind of like, I wonder if they've forgotten who he is already. And it's like, yeah, probably, because they're in line for the tag titles on NXT.
Mm-hmm.
Then he starts moving into an office. He attacks some dude in the office. Then he moves into the training sort of area, beats up a couple of jabrones that are at ringside. Gets in the ring with he kept saying a person's name. I couldn't for the life of me understand what he was saying.
For the context of this segment, it sounds like he was one of those wrestlers that just never made it. But
yeah,
always pursued the career.
So he kind of like, instead of keep trying, he was like, well, I'll train other people.
No, I think he always kept trying, and then when he was physically unable to, he then started training. And
well, it definitely looked like it, concerning the fact that he had the cane.
yeah.
So anyway, Callahan was getting face to face with the main trainer, and I did look up who trained Trey. It wasn't this guy's name that came up. Let's just say it was a Chris brother, and not the good one. So he asks, where's Trey? And the dude says, it's Tuesday, he's at TV, or something kind of along those lines.
Yeah.
And then
Tuesday, you know where he is?
Yeah. So Sammi then starts attacking him. He then attacks the two other jabrones that are in the ring, and kind of rests his head on the chair and was just about to like beat him over the head with his own walking stick. And then Sam Bale, I think was the dude's name, that walked in.
I was just calling him Isaac Yankum Jr. That fucking mullet.
The forgotten third member of the Varsity Blondes.
It's essentially like a ginger afro mullet.
It was a combination of like 4 different hairstyles.
And not one of them should have been on that man's head. He looks ridiculous.
I asked you to trim those sideburns.
It's not even the sideburns, it's the volume of it's fucking poodle hair.
No, I was just saying because he kind of looks like the guy from that episode of The Simpsons that Mr. Burns keeps saying that to. So I think his name was Sam Bale. It may be like Sam was his first name. We'll just call him Sam. So Sam, right, this is going to get confusing now. So Callahan then brings the guy into the ring. Is like, right, I just want to chat. Just hear me out. I'm not going to do anything to you. And then after we chat, we'll walk our separate ways and I'll be gone. So then they go off and have a chat. And nothing else was brought up about this the entire rest of the night. So clearly this is going to be to be continued.
Yeah, it's part of the Trey story.
So Ace Austin then walks in Swingers Palace as TJP and Alicia are there. Ace says, never bet against an ace. And then TJP gets some cash off of that and it's like, I bet you would have said that. Then Ace also replies with something else. TJP gets more money. It's like, I knew you were going to say that as well. Then Swinger comes in and he says, "Right, well, let's make this match." Because Chris Bay walks in and the two of them argue, and then Swinger makes the match for next week. Then as Johnny Bravo gets up, TJP's like, gets more money, and he's like, I betted that would have happened. Alicia's just sitting there with like this pure look at her face, like, man, he's good.
There was a wee botch in this segment. I don't know if you noticed it or not.
Do tell.
It was the Swingers Palace sign basically fell and was swinging on like sort of like one nail.
It was meant to do that.
It was literally Swingers Palace.
Exactly.
So I don't know if that's just a botch or it's a fortunate accident.
Mm-hmm. But it should just keep happening from now on.
Yeah. I love the silly things like that.
I know. Well, yeah, exactly. Speaking of silly little things, the little interaction that they had when TJP's kind of brought up that Alicia was there, and Ace Austin's like, like I was so blinded by anger that I didn't even see you there. How you doing? Just that kind of like little thing that harks back to their past.
Yeah, when he was trying to bang her, and she just looks fucking disgusted.
To be honest, this is probably the best place for her. Like I have very much enjoyed her so much more recently, when she's just been a little bit of a comedy dum-dum.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the dum-dum character is the way to go for her.
Because it does work out, because, like, I mean, she did seem like a bit of a dum-dum even when she was trying to be serious, so may as well, lean into that a little.
Yeah.
So, still backstage, Eric Young starts talking down to Dana after losing 2 straight to something. And then Dana gets taken into a dark room and gets his ass beat off of Doring. Then, as he crawls out, Eric Young says, "You know I'm doing this because I care, right?" And then Dana replies, "I know." And then they kind of just close the door on him, and then just leave him there to kind of think about it.
See, I wasn't sure if there was maybe someone else in the room.
Well, it was kind of implied. It was kind of implied in the way that
you remember.
See, that would be interesting, to be honest. But it was kind of the way they kind of done it. It was implied that it was Doring that did it, because he kind of led Dina into the room.
Yeah. I saw him take Dina into the room, but then when they put him back into the room, I was thinking, well, they're not just going to leave him; they're going to keep kicking his ass, and the two of them are out there. So I imagine there's someone else in there.
I thought it was just kind of the implication of like, we'll leave you in here to think about what you've done.
Right.
I mean,
because I was going to say they'll need, like, I don't think it's not done between Jake and Violent by Design. I don't think it's going to finish until he gets to Eric Young. So I was going to say, he's beat Dina, so he needs somebody else to beat before he gets to Eric Young. And then I was like, oh fuck, but there's Doran, and Doran could fucking whip his ass, no problem, I think.
Yeah, Doran versus Jake would be pretty badass, to be honest. There's two big fucking beefy boys slapping meat. We then move on to the Tony and Tony ad, and Can says it starts actually being nice to Impact, which is very bizarre all of a sudden. He says, "Oh yeah, you're one of us. You're like every other wrestling promotion, and before AEW, you were the company that was taking it to them. Wonder who that can be." And then Khan starts to run down matches for Dynamite and then throws it over to Shivani that runs down the same 2 matches.
Yeah.
Which was weird. So we then cut to a Moose promo, and he starts talking about how he was holding the TNA title for nearly a year, but no one takes it seriously because that's not the company's name anymore. And then he says, well, to be classified or to be looked at as a proper world champion, I need to be the Impact World Champion. And so that's his kind of mindset going into next Saturday.
Yeah.
So the Good Brothers and Finjuice took on Reno Scum and Triple XL. I must admit I was very slightly distracted during this match, so there was a lot of infighting between the Good Brothers and Finjuice. It was a kind of short match anyway, so...
Yeah, there was more infighting between the Good Brothers and Finjuice than what there was actual in-ring action.
Yeah. And then the Good Brothers just hit the Magic Killer on, I think it was Thornstone, maybe?
Yes.
To get the win, and then both teams start posing in front of each other, which kind of didn't make a lot of sense considering, like, Juice Robinson is about half the size of Anderson and Gallows.
Well, I think he's about the same height as Anderson, but Gallows is the big guy.
Maybe.
Because Anderson, I think, he's like of average height. Well, we'll see when they all square up at Sacrifice. Oh, sorry, spoiler.
Yeah, well. Swan has a promo about Moose and how his title isn't valid and how he needs to beat Rich Swann to become valid, but Swan has fought through all these injuries and yada yada. Swan.
Yeah, he's not had the best of luck.
He really hasn't, to be honest.
But I think, see, if it wasn't for these injuries, though, I don't think he would be where he is.
No,
I
don't think
they've really helped. They've really helped him out.
I don't think the same either. And again, this is that kind of thing I keep alluding to when Chris is just like, I don't see Rich Swann as world champion. It's like, it's just kind of because you weren't there.
Yeah, he's basically seen him from 205, had the massive gap, and then he's already challenging for the Impact Championship.
Yeah.
So he's not seen like the feud he had with Callahan and
all this other sort of build to this.
And Swan and Mac going for the tag belts and stuff like that. Even Swan being X Division champion, he's missed out on.
Yeah, there was a serious sort of growth of Rich Swann in this company, and I mean that's the kind of thing where it's like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, like,
yeah, it's just that's your point of reference.
Exactly. Like, it's sometimes it is hard to just take people seriously when you know them as one thing. Like, this would be the kind of thing of like, if you just turned on like, well, because I watch everything this is difficult. If I just turned on like MLW and then Heath Slater was world champion, you'd be like, seriously, Heath Slater?
Yeah.
Like, just random mid-carder, or like, let's say Rowan, because Heath Slater's in Impact. If Eric Rowan was just MLW world champion, it was like, that kind of came out of nowhere, but then you told me that, oh man, ever since he was let go from WWE, he's been an absolute tear in MLW and and this and that. And it's like, if I didn't see it, then that, like, sure, he probably could have been, but like, it wouldn't really mean much to us. And that's the part that I can completely understand. It's like, if you don't see it, then you could be told about it till the cows come home, but it probably wouldn't mean much.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of Heath, Heath has finally received his surgery.
Okay.
And there's a video of him walking with crutches, and he basically said, this is going to be me for like the next few months. So I think it's going to be a long time before we see Heath again.
Yeah. Which is why I feel that kind of idea that we had with Rhino just starting to become a bit greedy and using the trophy to go for like the world title should become a thing. And then just be like, you kept me waiting and I became impatient and then I seen an opportunity. Because I genuinely think Rhino one more world title, especially in Impact, you could easily do that and make that legit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we haven't seen Rhino for a while since he got taken out by Violent by Design.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he's... this is, to go back to that, kind of what you were saying earlier, is like, Jake something is clearly going to build up through Violent by Design, and I feel like probably the next thing he's going to do is get his own posse.
Yeah.
So I think Rhino coming back will probably be part of that.
And please let's not have it as, oh, it's the ECW Originals. I want
and Jake
a brand new squad.
Yeah, maybe like make them an actual team. Well, okay, well, you know what? This will be the perfect time to ask it then. Hit me with your three. Well, obviously, Jake something being the leader. Hit us with a bit of detail on who would the other two people that you would pick to be part of the squad, because I feel like this is probably the way that they're going to go, is Jake getting a squad to kind of back him up a little.
So Jake needs honors.
Yeah, so who's the honors?
I'm just trying to think of people that maybe Violent by Design have fucked over recently. Because they've went through a lot of people on the Impact roster already, whether it be in matches or just end of match spots where they're doing like a run in at the end or even interfering in matches. So I think, Jake kind of combats Doran style-wise and similar shapes. They seemed to have a real fucking hard-on for Suicide. So you could maybe get Suicide in to sort of match Dina. And maybe... Right, who could we pair up against? If you're going to pair someone up against Young, it needs to be someone like almost like a veteran. So I'm thinking Jake something, Rhino, and Suicide. Just then that sort of covers the bases and they're almost equal in a way. So that you don't know which way the feud's going to go. So it's not going to be like, oh, Jake something's going to win because they've got the stronger guys at X, Y, and Z. Just so it's a bit more equal and balanced.
Yeah, you kind of cut off for me a wee bit there. Who was it you would say that would probably go up against Eric Young?
Rhino.
Rhino, yeah.
So you'd have Jake something, Rhino, and Suicide.
Yeah. I don't know, it was like Rhino kind of got injured before through this sort of teaming, but I feel like if he kind of came back with that, obviously he's going to come back and he's going to go for them because of the attack. So it makes sense still having him there, but it's just like it's kind of a bit better than having Tommy Dreamer that's just there for the good of wrestling.
Yeah. Let's do an ECW reunion again.
Again.
It's like that. It's like the Muppets song from Most Wanted. Together again. Gee, it's good to be together again.
If you want some good Muppets, you should see Avenue Q the next time that's around.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking hilarious. Got to see it live, it was about 2 years ago at this point. Realising how long ago that is kind of makes me sick. But no, it's excellent. Like, what I'll maybe do is I'll maybe play you a couple of songs if you remind me next weekend, just to get a kind of feel for it. But it's a stage show, and like the actors just kind of come out in black. They're just obviously they're there on stage, and it's just like, you know, don't look at us, look at the puppets. Puppets are fun.
All right, okay.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious though. With such classics as "The Internet's for Porn" is a good one to check out.
I think I might have heard of this.
The internet is for porn. The internet is for porn.
Well, I think where We Pet American has played some of these songs before. I'll need to ask him if we go off here.
Yeah, totally. Well, we'll move on. We'll move on from there just now, then. But I kind of like the idea of your team.
I know it comes across as very misfitty.
Sometimes
none of these guys have a common bond except for who they don't like.
But sometimes that's how good factions start.
Yeah, and then you work your way around it.
Or how the revolution starts, and then it still just kind of made no sense.
Yeah.
So next, still backstage, the Good Brothers and Finjuice are still arguing, and then Finjuice say, "Oh well, maybe we should be the ones wearing those tag team titles." So that match gets made and is announced for a sacrifice.
Yeah, they basically played them into a title match. I quite like this.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. They were clearly brought in here, and there was like, they're probably going to go for the belts almost right away so that they can do their run and then more than likely lose and then get sent back to Japan.
I mean, I wouldn't sleep on Finjuice. I mean, they did win World Tag League in 2019.
Oh, and believe me, that is probably exactly what I'm doing. And even with all that involved, I just don't see it, man. That may just be me being the whole well, it's CJ Parker still, but as much of just Robinson I've seen, I just still don't like the guy.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say they're one of the best tag teams in New Japan. Not by a fucking long shot, but I wouldn't sleep on them. There is that 33.33% chance that they might take the belts away.
Yeah, but what happens if the Good Brothers had oh my god, I've forgotten the Steiner math. Never mind.
A 66.6 2/3 chance of winning.
But then you add in the other 25% chance because Finjuice knows that they can't beat me and they're not going to even try.
And that spells disaster for you. It's sacrifice.
I got 141 2/3 chance of winning.
I love the fact that someone actually went and done the math and they're like, you know what, he's actually right.
That's the best part. Everybody's like, oh no, he's just rambling. It's like, no, that is legitimate.
For a guy that can hardly put a sentence together, comes up with that fucking complex math equation is hysterical.
Everybody wants to know where I've been. Coming up next, Brian Myers, the most professional wrestler, takes on Eddie Edwards with Matt Cardona as a special guest referee. So during the match, Eddie gets a bridging suplex for 2. Eddie then has a sit down, sit out, powerbomb for 2. Sit out, sit down, same difference. Eddie misses the Boston Knee party, and Myers gets a flatliner for 2. Eddie gets a nice backpack stunner, but Myers gets the ropes. Myers then loads up his arm with something, hits the lariat, which is now called the roster cut. I think that's the first time it's actually been given a name.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard it being referred to as anything but a lariat.
Which is interesting, kind of in the way that Myers has the roster cut and Cardona has the radio silence as their finishing maneuvers, and it's like, you're really not going to get over this, are you? Being fired by the Fed.
No, I thought that radio silence was a reference to his old theme music.
Well, yeah, now the radio is silent.
Mm-hmm.
Because he can't old radio anymore.
Yeah, but with Brian Myers, I think it's more... I think it has the implication of him being released, but also the fact that since he's been an Impact, he doesn't particularly put up with like the shit. So it's like if he when he was like feuding with Falaba and stuff, it's like that's has got to cut it. So it's essentially like he's literally like
cutting the roster
metaphorically by beating them.
Yeah.
Since he is the most professional wrestler.
I think it may be one of those kind of things where it's a double implication.
Yeah.
So he goes for the roster cut, connects, but because he loaded up his sort of shoulder elbow pad, Cardona calls for the DQ. Myers is not happy. It's like, what? You were about to count to 3? And it's like, what? Do you think I'm blind? Do you not think I just seen you load up your elbow pad? And he's like, so Cardona's not happy, but he doesn't do anything about it. Myers is not happy, but he doesn't do anything about it. And then just kind of walks away. And then the way that they were on commentary, and it was kind of like they were trying to imply that Cardona is essentially the conscience of Brian Myers. It was very weird. So Eddie Edwards wins by DQ, and then we move on to Deonna Purrazzo's interview about the triple threat tonight, where she's like, did I have to change my strategy? Of course I did, because there's more people involved. Then she admits that she was the one that took out ODB last week.
And made me look like a fucking fool.
Yeah.
That is just Impact, isn't it? They do this so many times where it's not who you think it is. It's not who you think it is. And then it really isn't who you think it is, but then they do something like that. No, they do this where it's not who you think it is, but then it turns out it actually is who you thought it was.
Yeah, it's like, let's swerve away from this and make
let's just
somebody else.
Everyone.
Yeah, it's the swerve of let's make you think it's somebody else, and then we'll swerve you again by it being exactly who you thought it was, but you thought otherwise.
Uh-huh. They're quite good at that.
Good. I don't know. They are what they are when it comes to that. So only 2 matches have been announced for next week as of now, that being Ace Austin taking on Chris Bay, and Shira and Rohit Raju taking on Storm and Sabin. But that leads us to the main event, as Deonna Purrazzo, Jordynne Grace, and Kiera Hogan went at it in triple threat action. So going into this match, I was thinking, well, like if Jordynne Grace could beat either of these two, that's definite grounds for a title match. I know that they kind of have their tag title match set in the bag, but pinning Kiera Hogan would be a good sort of step forward going into that match, and then also, hell, if she could even pull a victory out of Deonna Purrazzo, she can keep that in her back pocket.
Yeah.
But it obviously didn't really go that way, so Deonna Purrazzo gets the Virtuosa armbar on Grace early, but Grace makes the ropes. Grace hits an awesome deadlift German, and Purrazzo does this nice submission switch where she has Hogan in the sort of half Boston crab, half Boston crab, and then Grace comes in, tries to hit clothesline, and Deonna just switches and hits the Virtuosa again, but Grace sort of fights it quickly. There's a big beefy spine buster from Grace, an exploder suplex from Deonna for 2, which Grace breaks up. Deonna and Hogan attempt a double suplex, but Grace takes them both out with clotheslines. Susan, Kimber, and Jazz all start going at it on the outside. This brings Hogan, Deonna into the fight, and then Grace dives out on top of everybody. And then Tasha moves Kira as Grace goes for the Vader bomb, and then Deonna comes in, gets a roll up, gets the victory, and pins Jordan Grace. So Deanna's celebrating in the ring, and Grace starts fighting with, I think it was Tasha she started fighting with as they go backstage. ODB shows up, takes out Deonna Purrazzo. She hits the BAM! And then holds up the championship.
I think the result of this match might give an excuse to turn the Knockouts tag title match into a 3-way.
With Kimber and Susan?
Yes. Even though Grace and Jazz beat them to become the number 1 contenders, I still think there's maybe a wee argument there for Kimber and Susan.
Possibly. I wouldn't be opposed to it, to be honest with you. So, shall we move on and talk about more AEW?
More AEW!
I suppose we got to, don't we?
I suppose.
Well, it's either that or we can do NXT first.
Nah, we'll just do AEW because I watched that.
So, this week's AEW started badly. I did not enjoy this whatsoever, as I can see the confused look on your face. Cody Rhodes and Red Velvet took on Jade Cargill and Shaquille O'Neal. So it was nice for Shaquille O'Neal to actually find some nice gear for the match tonight. Not like he knew that was happening, like 3 months in advance.
Oh, leave the man alone. I thought what he was wearing was fine. To be perfectly honest, I went into this match with literally fucking extremely low expectations. And it wasn't as bad as what I thought it was going to be.
That argument I will give you, definitely.
Like, Shaq's not a trained wrestler. Right? Red Velvet, very early in her career still. Mm-hmm. Jade, her first match, probably ever, on like a major, on like a wrestling show.
Probably one of her first matches ever.
I imagine she's done like training matches and stuff, yes, but like her first real match, I think they done all right.
They did do all right. I was probably being a little too harsh, to be honest. It still wasn't great though. Like, let's not fucking beat about the bush here and say.
Oh no, it wasn't a fucking 5-star classic or nothing. Fuck that. Yeah. But what they were, I felt as though they sort of they all had their fucking working boots on and done their fucking damnedest to make this the best it could be.
Probably also the reason that they put it on first was to get it out of the way quickly.
Or just to start off the show hot.
Probably that too.
Because I honestly thought this was going to be the main event.
I'm actually really glad that it was the first thing on for that reason. Well,
Because I actually messaged into the group chat. I was like, holy shit, Cody and Shaq's on first.
Yeah, and I was still awake at that time, and I was like, do I go and get my laptop and try and fall asleep watching this? And I was like, nah.
Save it for Thursday.
Exactly. Wrestle Thursdays, as we call it in my house.
There was a few flubs in the match, but it wasn't anything fucking major.
I mean, the one thing that was like kind of annoying was Shaq's not chops.
Aye, but did you hear the fucking sound of some of them?
Yeah, they like. I think like Cody was just legit taking them like full fucking brunt. And I know you kind of do that with chops a little, but like you kind of have that whole up into the sort of right kind of move, but like Shaq was just doing it downwards. It's like that is gonna stretch your pecs.
I think maybe Big Show helped him a lot with this.
Because he did look very Big Show-esque.
Yeah, it was a lot of Big Show offense. Oh, sorry, Paul White, no more BS.
Oh, that's a bad shirt.
Early favourite for a Healy this year.
Yes. It just kind of makes me wish that the Heelys were about during the time where that Jordan Miles t-shirt was about to come out.
Oh, God. But back to the match, I thought, like, Red Velvet, she's been on Dark a lot, been on some Dynamite shows. She's good. She's all right.
Red Velvet was arguably probably the best of the match.
Yeah, I think Jade's got some real fucking potential further down the line, just not now.
Absolutely. She's
going
to become a star in a year or two.
Yeah, because I mean she's got the look and all that down. It's just she just needs the technique and skill.
Well, to be honest, I think that's something that you could have done of having her have squash matches on Dark.
But having squash matches only gets you so far, though.
I know, but like, I would rather her having a couple of squash matches than her having zero.
Well, maybe now that she's had her first match, she will then go on to do some squashes.
Maybe, yeah. I just thought it would have been good to kind of see, because obviously you weren't ever going to fucking have Shaquille O'Neal do anything until this match. So it was that kind of worry of having two people that you've never seen wrestle before, and especially one of them, Shaquille O'Neal, who is not a wrestler and has probably done the absolute bare minimum in terms of training. Like, at least if we could have got to see some of Jade Cargill, like, leading up to it, you could have kind of put, like, a little bit more at ease. It's like, okay, they were squash matches, but you kind of get an idea of what Jade can do.
I think they were really relying on the intrigue and the mystery of...
Which she still would have had with Shaq.
What can she do? Can she do anything? Aye, she's athletic, but a lot of the time that doesn't translate into wrestling.
Yeah, Bianca.
But speaking of fucking shit I liked, that table spot, what the fuck?
Well, let's quickly run through some of the more bizarre spots. So there was a part in the match where Cody knocked Shaq off the apron, and then Austin Gunn just...
Yes, this is what I meant by the fucking Nightmare Family. What the actual fuck?
Like, Shaq didn't even do anything. Exactly. The ref was staring right at him, and then Austin Gunn just smashes Shaq with a steel chair. And then
Shaq's the bad guy for going toe-on-toe in the fucking Nightmare Family. Fuck that noise.
Yeah, Shaq's the bad guy for beating the fuck out of Austin and his brother, and then QT tries to come in, and so he beats him up as well. And it's like, right, I may not have like enjoyed Shaq in this match, but he had absolutely every right to do what he fucking did there.
Oh hell yeah! Fuck the Nightmare Family.
Yeah, and it's just getting a bit ridiculous. Then Jade brings out a table, sets it up at the side of the ring. And then Red Velvet has a second match during this match, trying to set up the second table, because even to the point where I think it like nearly poked her in the butt because she couldn't lift it up, and it like kind of swung back and was like boop. Oh, poor thing. And then like the way that the camera didn't pan off her at any point, and I was just like watching this sweet tiny little woman trying to like fucking set up a table. This is probably the first time in her life that she's probably ever set up a wrestling table, and Cody couldn't even like fucking come down and just be like, I'll help you with that. He just kind of stood there in the corner like, wow, she sure is taking a long time to do this. And then Shaq hits a powerbomb at one point, which admittedly looked really fucking good. I mean, probably absolutely nothing for him to be able to get someone like Cody up.
Yeah.
And then Cody instantly had to upstage Shaq by getting up and hitting a body slam. There's completely no selling that powerbomb. He should have sold that powerbomb for like 5 minutes.
I mean, he's fucking 7'1". The height you're falling is fucking... It's
taller than fucking Diesel.
Yes. Diesel, Kane, Undertaker, taller than a lot of them. Taller than the Big Show.
Exactly, yeah. Probably just as tall as Great Khali, maybe?
3 inches shorter.
Ah. Kind of baffles me how Great Khali didn't do the powerbomb as a finisher, but...
Because he can't do any fucking moves. That's why they gave him the head squeeze.
Yeah. So the two tables are set up on the outside, and then Shaq is just standing in the middle of the apron. Like, obviously...
He was pacing for a bit. He went and stood in the middle, then he went back, and then he went back again.
It was like this kind of one point where he was just standing there, and it's just like, well, you clearly know what's about to happen. And then he just kind of inches back towards his corner. And then as soon as Cody comes in, he's like right back there in the middle. It's like, oh, I need to be here now. And it's like, this is me just like, it's poking holes in it. I'm not trying to be overly negative.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, there you go. Cody, crossbody, sends Shaq through the two tables. To be honest, he took that fucking bump like a champ.
Yeah, I love this. I love that spot. So good. And
in the ring, Red Velvet hits a spear, gets a 2 count, Jade Cargill kicks out. And then they go on, it's like, oh, that was Brandy's move, And it's like, that was a nice little, adage to the match. And then Cargill hits the implant buster for the win.
It wasn't the implant buster.
Wasn't it?
No, she actually done the glam slam.
Is that not the same thing?
No, because the implant buster starts off in a pedigree position. And then you lift them up and then you drop them.
Ah, okay, fair enough. You got me.
The gland slams from behind.
Right, okay. Fair enough.
She even done the fallout of the move, split legged, open thingy, then turned it right into the sort of sitting over pin where she's got one leg doing like a sort of pose like Beth would do back in her heel days.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I
think she's taken a lot of, she's been inspired a lot by Beth Phoenix.
It would seem that way. Because she is essentially like the new Glamazon by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Taking that to a whole new level.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I appreciate the correction. And it's good to know that, because like I always did get those two confused a little and just assumed that they were implant busters, and clearly sometimes they're not. So during the commercial, Shaq gets loaded into an ambulance, and then Tony kind of runs up and is like, oh no, this is too big. We need to get words with them, and then opens the ambulance door and it's like, he's not there. Well, Shaq's not here. Where did he go? And it's like, I mean, it's Shaquille O'Neal. I'm sure he could probably get taken through two tables and still get up.
No, but I think they were maybe looking at it like the way that the move went. There was in kayfabe, there was a chance maybe hit his head on the floor,
Yeah,
and maybe knocked himself out.
he did look pretty out at the end of the match, to be honest.
It kind of looked like he just fell asleep.
Yeah, it did. But again, this was something that wasn't sort of capitalized on throughout the rest of the show. So
yeah, I'm now quite intrigued of how the fuck a 7'1" man just disappears
without a trace.
Without a trace. I mean, is Dexter Loomis fucking hopping companies?
Just getting in the car's like, come here.
Who got Shaq?
Well, like, it's clear that this isn't over with.
No. But do you know what wouldn't surprise me if it's a Nightmare family? Danemare fucking kidnap him.
Maybe it was just not the same ambulance. It just turns out it was the ambulance next to it.
Oh, that Tony Schiavone's just an idiot.
Yeah, he just went in the wrong ambulance. Up next, the Death Triangle took on John Skyler and D3. Ding, ding, ding. The match starts, and D3, who was on the apron, just gets super kicked by Phoenix right away. D3 manages to then eventually come back, only to get kicked in the face again by Phoenix. Pac hits a driver over the top rope. Skyler gets 450'd, and there's the knee into the Phoenix driver for the victory. And that was a lot of information to take in like 30 seconds, just because nothing stopped. As soon as the bell went, just there was bodies flying everywhere, and then there's Taco on my lap.
I really, really enjoyed this. How for all, you might not even be able to call it a match. I fucking thought this was great.
Yeah, because Death Triangle really need to start
gaining some momentum.
Yeah, exactly. And they haven't been doing that recently.
I mean, they have been slowly since Pac came back, but it's been slow.
Yeah.
Because
Phoenix, one of them always ends up injured.
Yeah. Phoenix doing the rope walk penalty PK is fucking great.
Phoenix is like the shit, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Like Pentagon's great, but Phoenix is just that bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Definite future fucking world champion. I'm fucking guaranteeing that shit. So we move on to M Jericho F and their City Hall meeting, or whatever the hell you call it. Yeah. And they only come into Jericho's theme and not that terrible mashup, so hopefully they might have just dropped it.
Yeah.
Jericho starts kind of promo about how he's held 7 World Tag Team titles with the likes of Dwayne Johnson and AEW's Paul White.
And not mentioning Christian, not mentioning
Hulk Hogan. Oh, wait, no, he didn't hold the titles with Hulk Hogan. That was Edge. I am a dum-dum. Christian, Benoit.
Rapid Wolverine.
Yeah. Who else? 7 titles. Who else did he tag with him?
his first tag belt I think was with Benoit.
Yeah.
Then the same year he won it with The Rock. Then 2002 Christian.
Does him and Edge winning the belts count as his own reign? And then
Yeah, because it was with different partners. I would say so, yeah.
There's definitely somebody we're missing here. Unless...
Right, so you've got... Let's go through it, right.
Benoit,
Rock, Christian. And then he went for ages without. And then you had, like, Edge. Big
Show.
We're missing two. Say for some reason, Lance... I'm thinking Lance Storm, but then I'm maybe getting myself confused with Lance Storm and Christian.
Yeah, because they were the Americans, and Christian was loosely associated with them, but...
Yeah. I'm thinking there's maybe been one where it's been multiple reigns.
Yeah, maybe.
I think maybe teaming with Christian, he won them twice.
See, that sounds likely. I'm fucking looking it up. Chris Jericho, tag, title, reigns, down it. In WWE, Chris Jericho is a 6-time world champion. Taco, can you get off the laptop? Thank you.
But it's hot and I like to sit on it and heat up my bum.
No. Bad cat. Bad fat cat. It's just because he wants attention. Okay. Let's see. Trivia. That's not what I'm looking for. Give me title reigns. Me want title reigns. Finishing moves, signature moves, nicknames, tag team and stables. Doesn't exactly tell you tag title reigns, but...
Have you not got championships and reigns? Championships and awards, sorry. It's championships and accolades, if you're on Wiki.
I'm on, like, the pro wrestling version of that.
Oh.
Let's see. Okay. The World Tag Team titles he's held 3 times with Christian, The Rock, and Chris Benoit. He's held the Unified Tag Team titles two times, once with Edge and once with Big Show. So that's 1, 2, 3, 5. It specifically said 6 though.
There might be one that he's won down in Mexico or ECW.
And one would think
like that.
One would think that would be listed here. Ah well. So we pretty much got all of the ones that have been listed there.
Yeah.
So Conrad.
Oh my god. Yes. I cannot believe that they actually let this go.
Conrad.
New category for the Heelys this year. Line of the year. As of now, MJF holds the fucking title for turkey tits.
But the whole thing, oh my god, turkey tits. Like, that's the line. That's the line.
I was watching it live on Fight. I had to rewind it to go, did I just hear him right?
Ugh. I'll tell you, like, MJF definitely has some stiff competition when it comes to Johnny Gargano, but Jesus Christ.
And then I watched the clip yesterday on YouTube. It has not been edited out or bleeped. They're just running with it.
Wow. Because that was a pretty big insult. So, Conrad shows up asks, will Sammy be allowed back in the inner circle? And as we said, MJF just goes, "Oh my God, turkey tits." And then Chris Jericho says, "I told you I never wanted to hear that name again. Get out of here. Go back to whatever it is you do, selling like cars or wherever it is that you do."
It helps you with your mortgage and your debt.
That's it.
And then Jericho just came off as, after the turkey tits line, it felt as though it really fucking flummoxed him. It was, you fathead.
Yes.
And I'm like, right, you don't follow up a line like turkey tits with fatheads.
I know, it was kind of already implied from... God damn it. It was kind of already implied from turkey tits.
I mean, see if you just told him to shut up or something, cool. But
don't Shut up, get out of here. Don't try to top it.
Aye, it was like you tried to top it but couldn't, and then just come up with something extremely childish.
Yeah, because that's what it kind of reminded me of. It was like literally when you were in school and somebody says like a really funny like joke and everybody laughs, and then somebody tries to do the same thing like 2 minutes later. It's like, like for some reason I always think of like 2000 primary like 2 or 3, where we were all sat in a circle. Don't know why I still remember this, but whatever. And then there was we'll all go around it. Everybody feels like, you start the sentence with "I feel like," and then you say what you say what you feel like. And so I was just kind of like, I feel like going out after school. I feel like playing video games. And then like one person in the class went, and this is going to be a very time reference, sort of reference. So one of them goes, "I feel like chicken tonight. Chicken tonight." Which got an absolutely massive pop from the entire classroom. Then we go halfway around the circle and somebody goes, "I feel like chicken tonight," and nobody laughs because it was already done. That's kind of exactly what that reminded me of here. And is chicken tonight even still a thing, is the question. Is it? Ooh, I feel like chicken tomorrow.
I like to make pasta bakes with their sauces.
Interesting. Well, I'll be a short walk away from an Asda very soon. So Turkey Tits buggers off, and some other schlub from fucking Barstool Sports wanders up.
Supposedly it's the same guy that was
on NXT.
He was at Vengeance Day.
Yeah, it looked like him. I didn't want to assume, but I assumed they just hired multiple schlubs. So Schlub asks, why did they attack Papa Buck? And MJF says, well, he attacked Jericho.
Mm-hmm. Self-defense.
And then MJF was like, it wasn't even really our idea, and passes it off to Santana. It was like, hey, there's no line that we wouldn't cross.
I mean, fair dues. They have a point.
Exactly. Which is the best part of it, heels, is like, most of the time, they do have a point.
Yep. For reference, see Trent? Mum's car. Where they fucking wrecked it.
Oh yeah. The absolute, you can go ham on that. So Bischoff shows up again, which I could appreciate. And the way they always refers his questions to Jericho.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, do you know the condition of Papa Buck? And in the list of stupid ideas, where does you attacking Papa Buck rank? So they reply with, "We don't care." And then the Young Bucks come out. Nick says, "You made this personal." Matt says he's the best dad ever, yada yada, usual stuff. Working, taught us how to make a living and do, and when blah 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 couldn't happen, he built his own wrestling ring, yada yada. And then the Bucks say, without the way that they were raised, there probably would be no Young Bucks, which probably means there would be no AEW. And with no AEW, that would mean that MJF would have no job and still be living in his parents' basement, unemployed. And it's like, well, he worked for MLW before you, so he'd probably still be working there at least. And
on such a grand scale as AEW.
WWE probably would have hired him by now.
Aye, but you know what they mean.
I know, but I hate them, so I'm going to pick holes in other shit.
I understand you hate them, but to be honest, this was not. I didn't think that was bad work from the Bucks.
I know, this is just me being me now. I'm not trying to be an actual arsehole. I'm just being me about it. And then they turn to Jericho and it's like, "Oh, you would be jerking the curtain at the Performance Center," and it's like, Jericho's never wrestled a match at the Performance Center because the performance.
You honestly not think that if he was in WWE just now, that he would be on NXT trying to help boost the ratings against AEW?
No, probably not. Because he'd probably still easily be on Raw. He'd probably still easily be on Raw or SmackDown, and
I think they'll just say the Performance Center now. You sort of refer to WWE because it's not even the Performance Center anymore.
I know.
That's just that's just maybe their reference now instead of calling it New York or Up North. Or
they could have just said the Thunderdome.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, so then I also kind of went on a bit of a tirade of like, "Oh, you'd be working the Performance." I went, "Oh no, working for WWE and getting paid a shit ton. Ouch." So, double super kick, and the Bucks and Friends attack the Inner Circle because Brandon Cutler was also out there. The Good Brothers come out, set up a table under the entrance, and then one on the floor, and then you get this awesome double dive from the Young Bucks on top of the Inner Circle members.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
An awesome Young Bucks slicking spot.
See, I thought I misheard you there. I had to hear you say it again.
I mean, it was great directional work because of the way that like they had it kind of panned from below the stage, and so you could see like I think it was Nick coming off the stage, and then you had Matt coming off the entrance, and then you had Matt coming off the stage. So it did look hella cool. I mean, probably some other tag team could probably have done it better, but. They have a VT on the Exploding Barbed Wire Deathmatch that has Onita, the man himself, chiming in about it, saying this is the perfect thing for these two to do. Then we had FTR taking on the Jurassic Express. So what did you kind of think about FTR coming out with some old school tag team titles and Tully Blanchard with his old US title and JJ Dillon?
This was a right fucking throwback to the good old days. I'm not sure if they knew about Crockett passing when they done this, because like 10 minutes after Dynamite went off the air, that's when they done their condolence thing. So yeah. I don't know if this was maybe.
I wonder when the news broke.
Well, AEW announced it 8 minutes after they went off the air on Wednesday.
Right, so maybe
it's happened during the show or maybe just before the show started. So it's almost like a fitting tribute to like the Crockett days.
Yeah, totally. And it was like maybe not as intentional at the time.
Before it was even sort of like general knowledge that it passed. And it also sort of pays tribute to Tully back in his fucking prime. And then you bring in JJ as the manager of the tag team.
Yeah, it was just if it absolutely wasn't meant to be deliberate, then it just lined up absolutely perfectly.
I think it's just, and so now talking about it, I think it's just lined up perfectly because all that would have to be done in advance. To the fact where they had matching boots and matching gear, and Tully even had tights made because Tully wore like the Speedo type trunks when he was a full-time wrestler. He never wore the long tights. And
I don't think he can get away with that now, to be honest.
Oh, I don't think so, no. But I think they worked us really well, where Tully still looked okay and didn't look like an old man.
Tully is incredibly impressive for his age. Like, incredibly impressive.
Just go watch Legends of Wrestling.
Yeah. But it's just that even just him jumping off like the second rope to do like the spike pile driver.
Yeah.
That's a lot more than I would expected any old man to do.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Arn still does the spine buster now and again, but you don't see him doing fucking top rope stuff.
Exactly. That's I would say that's probably the easiest. Well, not the easiest, but probably one of the much more easier things to do. Doing like a spine buster as opposed to jumping off the top rope when you're, well into your 60s.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure there was probably some level of tribute towards this, though, because I'm sure, obviously, they probably knew that he was in hospital and that he was struggling. So maybe it was a bit of a throwback and kind of a just on the back of, well, we're doing this because Tully's in the match, and so let's do something special, but also maybe make it a slight kind of tribute, a throw to
the Crockett
Crockett Jr. as well, like while he's still kicking.
Mm-hmm.
So it was pretty badass.
Mm-hmm.
So Jungle Boy taps out Cash on the floor, but Dax has something, and while the referee's distracted, clocks Jungle Boy in the face as he gets back into the ring. It turns out it was J.G. Dillon's shoe.
Yeah, that was a spot they used to do back in the 80s.
Yeah, I think they were trying to imply that on commentary.
Yeah, that was one of JJ's moves as a manager, was past him his shoe.
And then Tully teases a suicide dive.
That was fucking great. And then just goes into like the sort of Jackie Fargo strut.
Yeah. Oh, it was perfect. Luchasaurus throws Marco on top of Tully and then suplexes both of FTR. Because one decided to grab the other for some reason, so it ended up being like the kind of belly to back style suplex, but ended up taking both FTR members over. Jungle and Luchasaurus. Junglesaurus and Lucha Boy hit a double team that almost got, as the three almost hit, JJ raised his arms in victory. He just kind of went, ah! And it was like, did you forget what team you were managing? There was a superplex splash combo for 2 on Jungle Boy, and Jurassic hit their flipping powerbomb finisher, but that only got 2. Jungle Boy goes for a dive, and someone else is there and takes out Jungle Boy.
I clocked this straight away.
Oh, really? Then they take out Luchasaurus the same way. There's triple spike pile driver on Luchasaurus, and then Tully pins Luchasaurus. So why don't you go to a little bit and then reveal to everybody who it was?
Well, at this point, I was listening to it, but I was away from the screen. And they're like, oh, the cameraman. Oh, he just helped it. And I was like, well, that's fucking Sean Spears. And then it's, oh, the cameraman, what's the cameraman doing? Oh, the cameraman. And then eventually it's, oh, it's Sean Spears, he's been away for 2 months. Da, 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 da. I was like, yeah, kind of thought that was going to be it.
Yeah, see, when you make it that obvious.
Mm-hmm. So maybe they'll actually have something for him to do now he's back.
I find it kind of interesting in the way that they always said that Sean Spears was not associated with FTR.
But they just had the same manager.
But now all of a sudden it seems like they are all associated.
Well, maybe they are now. Maybe they weren't before, but they are now.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, like, I like that.
Yeah.
Now that Sean Spears is involved, and now they're kind of an actual faction.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything, I wouldn't mind if JJ Dillon stuck around.
Yeah, it didn't do anything that offended me or anything. It was okay.
Yeah. I mean, why not? It was a good little cameo if this was a one and done.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a weird kind of bit here. So while they were all leaving, this was a part where Tony Schiavone was just on the ramp, and it's like, now it's time to introduce my good friend, not the Big Show. Wait,
right.
hold on. After this all happened, Arn Anderson was seen watching from the tunnel.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Very.
Then Tony Schiavone introduces Paul White, and Paul White says, "Oh, I came here with scoops. And AEW will hire a huge surprise that is Hall of Caliber worthy this Sunday." And he says it's not who you think it is. So it's not Scotty 2 Hotty.
Personally, I think they should stop now.
Yeah.
Because all they're doing now is just bloating the roster. Like, I think they should focus on the ones that they have rather than picking
Getting
someone
more
else out. Because they're sort of beginning to become what they said they weren't going to do.
Yeah.
By hiring, like,
everybody.
Old WWE wrestlers.
Well, why don't you, this would be a good time to ask this. Why don't you hit us up with who you think it might be, and I'll see who I think it might be.
Right, well, I have no clue. So when this video clip was posted, I went to Twitter to sort of get a gauge of what the sort of general consensus was. And the names that kept popping up were Carlito. For some reason, I don't particularly think he's had a Hall of Fame worthy career. Christian's name's popped up, but I think he's still under contract with WWE. And then the obvious one, CM Punk, is the name that everybody's kind of running with. But CM Punk himself has said it's not him, but is that just what he's doing is maybe try and keep it a surprise? There was other names that I've seen.
Kurt Angle?
Kurt Angle was a name that I'd seen, yeah. Kurt Angle.
I feel like that almost sounds like the most likely.
There was another but the thing is, they said Hall of Fame worthy career, so that indicates to me that this person isn't in a wrestling Hall of Fame, in which Kurt Angle is.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm just trying to think now. Like, everyone, as I said, everyone seems to think it's going to be CM Punk.
I know, it seems like the most likely.
I don't know, it's just...
Well, the thing with this is we only have 5 of the 6 people in the ladder match right now, but they've also implied that...
Well, I think the implication of this was that whoever the signing is going to be the 6th man. Or the 5th man.
Yeah, 6th.
6th.
Mm. But it was like the way that, like, because I kind of noted that down in the qualifier match, which is just a little bit later on. And then it's like, so is the new hiree going to be the 6th man? But then, like, when they were starting to run down the card, they were like, oh, Paul White will announce the newest member to the AEW roster. Mm-hmm. So that almost implied there was 2 segments, unless, Paul White comes in and it's like, oh, well, here's your newest signee to AEW. It's fucking Gregory Iron.
Okada's name was thrown about as well.
Don't know how I feel about that.
But Okada's got a match on, like, the Saturday against Shingo in the New Japan Cup, so it can't be him.
I know. Also, like, the way they were saying, like, oh, the ink is now dry and da-da-da, so that would imply if it was somebody like Okada, they would be there, like, full-time and not thinking back and forth.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I like the fact that I don't know who it is, because I'm actually now interested in going, oh, well, it's going to be such and such, isn't it? It's such and such. I like the fact that wrestling kind of has secrets again.
What's the gravedigger Mark Calloway doing in the Elite Zone?
If it's him, they might just go back to like fucking like mean Mark Callis.
Yeah. Just bring in Sid Vicious while you're at it.
But I don't think it's him. Could be Kane.
Kane? Doesn't seem like that would be worthy.
What if it's actually Paul White and he's just signed a second contract to be like Brandon Cutler? Because Brandon Cutler's got 2 AEW contracts.
Well, that would just piss us off incredibly highly.
Big Show's a bit of a troll.
Yeah, well, way to fucking schlub your fucking fans by being like, oh, somebody massive is coming at the pay-per-view. It's me again! I have 2 contracts.
It's the way that he's sort of built it up is it's got to be someone of a substantial name. So it's like other names that sort of like went through my head after seeing the general consensus was things like maybe like Tom Lawler and things like that. But then I thought a lot of people still don't really know who they are.
Ken Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock's a Hall of Famer. An Impact Hall of Famer, yes, but a Hall of Famer still. Because a lot of people were also thinking, like, when they done
Conor McGregor.
It didn't have anything to do with the ladder match. So the Gail Kim's name was bounced about as well, but also she's a Hall of Famer.
Again, Hall of Famer.
It was women. There was a few women's names bounced about. None of which are coming to mind right now. Except Gail Kim.
She's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, she's Impact Hall of Fame, yeah. So.
No, sorry, I said Tori Wilson, but she's in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Alright, maybe Stacey then.
Yay. Well,
it's a mystery.
Speaking of at least one woman that should probably be in a Hall of Fame, Robert's Rio Mizunami takes on Robert's Nyla Rose in the final of the AEW Women's Championship Eliminator Tournament.
You're right. Nyla Rose should be in a Hall of Fame.
I was talking about Rio Mizunami, but okay. So Shida is at ringside, still rocking her awesome white suit, sitting next to the cup. And Rio does the Kojima chops in the corner and gets very close to getting disqualified, so she stops and begs off Aubrey not to disqualify her. Vicky taps the ankle of Rio at one point, just enough of a distraction to let Nyla hit the big boot. Nyla goes for the swanton, but misses. Nyla gets speared off the apron into the floor. Rio with the dropkick from the top to the apron. Not dropkick, leg drop from the top to the apron, very much a la her match with Aja Kong. Miz off the top again, and as Nyla rolls into the ring with a second leg drop, which only gets 2, and is then followed up by a Death Valley driver. Nyla follows up with a knee drop on Mizunami, who's draped across the ropes. There's an exploder German by Mizunami, who goes back up to the top, but Nyla stops the attempt again, taking Rio off the top. Rio connects with the spear, then connects with the leg drop one more time, and it's over. Rio Mizunami wins the tournament and is awarded the cup by Shida. They then have a stare down, obviously leading to their match on Sunday. Then they kind of shake hands and then just start forearming each other in the face while they still continue smiling at each other.
Yeah, I really like that.
I've never seen two people more happy to punch each other in the face.
It comes across as though the two of them are buzzing to fight each other and the two of them are fucking batshit.
Yeah. It really actually made Shida just that little bit more, I would say.
Yeah, because, she's a good wrestler and that, but she lacks personality-wise sometimes.
Yeah, a little bit. So she's got a lot of personality in the way that she dresses and the way she is in the ring.
Oh, she's a fantabulous dresser. Like you said, that beautiful white suit, she looked fucking stunning.
I know. Incredible. But like as I said, the way she dresses, I mean, I'm talking also about her ring gear. Like, she has some very, standout ring gear.
The same ring gear she's wore since August. In fact, May of last year.
Yeah, but it's so colourful and, it's eye-catching. As opposed to, just wearing, oh, look at me, I'm in black, I'm a bad guy, or like that sort of thing.
Right.
It's all multicolored, very similar to Asuka's sort of gear, that kind of thing. It's eye-catching. But like, yeah, I completely understand how you're saying. Like, yeah, she doesn't have a lot of kind of character other than
Yeah.
that. The few times where she's shown character, it's a bit difficult.
Yeah, like it feels like the only time she shows character is when she's pissed off. And being pissed off technically isn't a character.
No. The only other time that she really showed any kind of character was kind of when Abaddon scared her for those couple of weeks, and then she just booted the shit out of her. And
But that's when Rio hit her with the first forearm, and they still sort of held hand, like the shaking hands. They were still sort of linked together, and you just seen like Rio go, "Come on, hit me, please!" And then Shida responded with the biggest fucking smile on her face. It just kind of felt as if this is the fight I've been waiting for. This is a challenge I've been wanting for so long.
Finally, a challenge.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't think she's actually defended the belt since Full Gear. I can't remember the last time the Women's Championship was defended.
She not defend against Abaddon after Full Gear?
Well, how long ago was the Abaddon? How long ago was the Abaddon match?
That was definitely on A Dynamite. I don't know if that was before or after Full Gear.
No, you're right. That was after Full Gear. But how long ago was that?
It was a while ago. We haven't really seen Shida in a long time.
Yeah, because she was away. She was clearly away filming this stuff in Japan.
But even before that, that's the dark match. New Year's Smash was Abaddon versus Hikaru Shida.
So the start of the year.
But
And we're now in March.
a month and a half, maybe closer to 2 months at this point.
At this point, it's been 2 months.
Yeah, probably. Because whether it was the first or the second show, it's it will be in between by the time the pay-per-view match happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am looking forward to this.
Oh, so am I.
And then the fact that they reminded us that Ryo Mizunami had actually wrestled in AEW before, which...
Yeah, they done this during the tournament on the show that I'd seen, where they reminded us that Rio was part of the 6-women tag, where she actually teamed up with Shida.
Okay.
At Double or Nothing.
See, I can't remember that match to save my life right now, which is definitely something that I think I might go back and kind of look for between now and the pay-per-view.
I was going to say, lucky for you, I have it in the old vault.
Boom, boom. Your vault is...
I'm not going to see you. I'm not going to see you until next weekend, and the pay-per-view will be done by then.
Indeed.
I hope.
Yeah. It might just still go on the entire week.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. As I say, can't wait for this shit. But we'll kind of discuss the actual match itself just a little bit later. So next we move on to Tony with Sting again. There you go. And then I sure can't wait to have this match. So hopefully this will be over.
Yeah, this has got to be the end.
So Stars comes out, says, Sting, you still got it, but you're still no icon. Then bitch slaps Sting across the face. So Sting beats Starks out of his stupid slipper shoes.
I hate them.
It just reminds me of secondary school when every ghetto used to wear them, and they used to just make the most annoying fucking noise when they fucking walk through the corridors. Clip, clop, like a fucking bunch of horses.
I mean, they might as well be out there wearing a pair of jellies.
I know. Actually, they would probably make less noise.
They'd make less noise, but they're more obnoxious to the eye.
Or Crocs.
Oh God, don't get me started on Crocs.
I might just buy a pair of Crocs now, just to wear about the house.
If you buy a pair of Crocs, friendship over, I swear down. That's how much I hate Crocs.
What if I bought Zubaz?
Oh, Zubaz are cool, but don't wear fucking Crocs.
Zubaz and Crocs.
No, please no Crocs, or I will fall out with you. That's my
And a
deal.
fanny pack.
Crocs are a deal breaker for me.
I don't understand Crocs.
They're disgusting, they're horrible.
Ugh.
They should be made illegal.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing, I'm not gonna lie. So Hook and Hobbs then come in as Hook starts choking Sting, and here comes Cage, and then here comes Darby. You know the rest by now, yada yada, see you Sunday.
Yeah, both been seeing it since basically Cage debuted at Double or Nothing last year.
Yeah. Fucking even before that, when it comes to the kind of Taz Darby feud. Because Taz used to be like, oh, why don't you join me? Why don't you join me? I think I can really make something of you. And Darby's like, nah.
Right, so in theory, this feud has been going on for almost a year.
And I was sick of it about 3 months in.
Well, I think this is definitely the feud ender with Darby and Team Taz. Whether the feud continues with Team Taz and Sting without Darby, cool. But it's no more Darby against Team Taz. Unless you're putting Darby against Ricky Starks and you're doing a title change.
Yeah, but I feel like you should maybe do that a bit down the line.
Yeah, if you're going to do that now, yeah, we need breathing room from this.
Like, have Darby rack up a couple of title defenses, and then Starks maybe work his way up slightly more, and then have the match and be like, oh, this is like a renewal of an old rivalry, as much as I hate when WWE say that. But that would be maybe perfect for something like this. So 10 takes on Max Caster in a ladder of the match qualifier. Jesus Christ!
Base of the Revolution ladder match.
The Revolution ladder match. Thank you. -1 now appears to have trousers and boots, as I said earlier. So hopefully he doesn't run about his pants now on Dark, because it's starting to get weird. And Max Caster comes out with another absolute burn when he says, I'll let you up like Lady Gaga's dog walker.
Too fucking soon.
Oh, that one's a big eek for me.
Yeah. That was one of the... you're breathing in through your teeth.
Oh. Which I'm pretty sure was the exact thing I actually done. It was just kind of like, oh.
But I think that's also the reaction that they wanted.
Yeah, Max Caster's a wee dick, so. I'm pretty sure they said, well, I could have brought this up earlier, I'm pretty sure they said that there were 6 men in this match, so I guess that Paul White's scoop is probably going to be the 6th man. And then, as they kind of ran down the card, it maybe made it seem as if it wasn't, so. I guess we'll kind of see. Maybe it might just be one segment into the other where Brian Cage, Paul White introduces the new person, and then they're like, oh, and you know what? Your first match will be in the face of the
Revolution ladder match.
Yeah. So there was a diving spear by 10 that got a 2 count. Then Max Caster misses the diving elbow. 10 hits a powerbomb, but Max manages to get to the ropes. Max Caster yanks 10's arm and hangs him up on the ropes. Then Jack Evans just randomly appears and smashes 10 in the face with the boombox that Max Caster brought to the ring with him. And Max Caster wins and is now in the ladder match.
I was very confused by this until Matt showed up.
Yeah, I was the same. I was like, well, that was a random pairing, and it was also weird that Bowens wasn't with him, because I would assume that probably Bowens probably would have been the person to
help him out.
Yeah, but he was there. He wasn't there for whatever reason. And then Evans goes to the top of the stage. Matt Hardy gives him a massive envelope full of cash with the number of dollars in it on the front.
$4,200.
May as well have just handed him a big money with the dollar sign on it.
Yeah, hand him like the big fucking sack, like Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just make this as cartoony as it clearly is.
Yeah. But I think the cartooniness is going to come on Sunday.
What do you think the winner of the big money match will literally get?
A big money sack.
They have to. And then they just carry it about with them.
Yeah, carry about the sack.
That would be hilarious. So we get a rundown of the pay-per-view, and then we get announced that there's going to be the bonus edition of Dark on Saturday. So, as I said before, stay tuned. Miro's backstage and says those who wanted Miro to stop playing games will get their wish this Sunday. Thank fuck.
I'll be happy.
Well, I'm also happy because I want him to be serious.
Yeah.
And then your main event was Matt Hardy and Mark Quinn versus Hangman and John Silver. Okay.
Any excuse to see Johnny Hungee?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Johnny Hungee as much as the next guy, but, like, seriously, this is your main event? All right, well, all the Dark Order come out as Johnny Hungee makes his entrance, and then Hangman comes out. Colt Cabana gets scared by Paige's pyro. Because he starts kind of looking at it like the kind of like more silent fireworks going over his head. He's like, huh. But then the fireworks go off and you see Colt go, what? Fuck. Paige's lower third just says AdamPageAEW.com this week. Or maybe Hangman Page, I'm not entirely sure. But just, a website. Good for him. Hardy gets the early advantage to his team with a shot to the kidney when Quinn starts backing Silver up against the ropes in his corner. And it was just like a very slight, just like, yeah, right to the kidney. It looked icky, painful. And I find it weird how Mark Quinn is now all of a sudden back, and yet Isaiah Cassidy's now gone.
I'm just swapping them in and out, I guess. I think Mark Quinn was off because the weather that week, because the snow was quite bad in America. And then maybe it's just, right, okay, you missed out this one, so you do the next one, and I'll take the day off or something.
Unless Cassidy also had to miss out for reasons, because I do feel like this would have been perfect if it was a private party and Matt Hardy at ringside against these two.
Yeah.
But so they started the match and they're like, oh, if this match goes on, we'll show it in picture. And then, like, literally 60 seconds in the match, they're like, well, it's time for picture-in-picture. And it's like, did you really expect your main event to finish in, like, 60 seconds?
I mean, any match has the potential to end at any time.
Silver gets a sliced bread and tags in Paige. Quinn gets taken down by Paige and tries to roll out the ring, but Hardy just throws him right back in. Quinn goes for a knee, and then Hardy is in and attempts a twist of fate. Silver is in with a spear, and then hits a brainbuster for trois. Quinn takes Adam off the apron and hangs up Silver, allowing Hardy to hit a back suplex. There was a nice double team from Hangman and Silver, with a kind of Dark Order style kicks and punches kind of combo. which ends in the buckshot lariat that connects, and then Hardy abandons Quinn to get pinned, but then comes in afterwards, jumps Hangman with the microphone, then the Dark Order jump in to save the day. Then more teams just start spearing out in the ring, and then it's a big free-for-all as we go off the air.
I think I would have preferred if the main event was Nyla and Rio.
Yeah, sort of. That was a much bigger match.
And I felt as though that the end angle as well was also a bit like, right, these two are going to knock fuck out each other. Can't wait to fucking Revolution. And then it goes right into the countdown for Revolution.
Exactly. I felt like...
Rather than... But I think the way that they've done it, I think the tag team casino battle royale is going to be the first match in the card.
Yeah.
The main card.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe like, oh, you leave Dynamite watching all these tag teams going at it, and then you go to watch Revolution, and the first match has the battle royal. Yeah, so it's almost like canon. You're picking up where you left off almost.
Yeah.
I think that's their thinking, but I would have preferred if Rio and Nyla was the main event.
It didn't make sense that the last thing you see on the go-home show to Dynamite is, we sure are going to have a battle royal.
But I think it's because it's the first casino tag team battle royal.
Does it need that much kind of pomp and circumstance? It's a battle royal.
Maybe it just needed a wee bit oomph.
I know, but like, you could still had that same oomph if this match was in the middle of the card, and as you say, having the women's match being the main event, and the ending of the show being Shida and Mizunami like knocking fuck out each other, like that would have been absolutely perfect. And then also it would have gave that one thing that AEW's women's division is lacking, and that's importance.
Mm-hmm.
What a noble concept. But anyway, we'll very quickly get into NXT. We'll run this down, then we'll run down the pay-per-view card for Sunday, and then we'll get the fuck out of here, because we are going long, we're going strong.
Yeah.
So we start off this week's... God damn it.
You like?
I love. So, in the chat, Robert is just saying you all know the meme at this point where like you got the dude that's walking holding hands with the girl, but then he's turning around checking out the other girl, and then everybody puts their titles over it. So you've got the girl that's holding hands with the guy called the US title, then the guy has Bobby Lashley's face, and then the girl in the foreground is the WWE title, and it's like, yep, Chris, the WWE title. Who cares about the US title? And I suppose we should probably mention, Bobby Lashley is the WWE champion because he beat The Miz in like 3 minutes on Raw. So there's that.
There is that.
Yeah. And I mean, Chris ain't going to be happy about it because it's Bobby Lashley. But that's what's happening now, son. You just need to get used to it, bruh. Okay, so I've just typed Revolution into Google, and the first photo that came up is Sabu. While you're sitting there waiting for Brock or Punk, I'm sitting there like this on Sunday, photo Sabu pointing up to the sky. Oh.
See, I just typed in revolution, and I got what appears to be a picture of a war in France. I think it's the French Revolution.
Well, it's definitely not AEW's revolution.
Maybe it's OLD Revolution.
Yeah, maybe you misspelled it. Right, so we get into NXT this week with not a tag team championship match, as was promised, because last week, as was clearly missed by me and filled in by Chris, MSK are out. And who are in? But Thatcher and Tommaso Ciampa. So we start. Yep, we start NXT backstage with Ciampa kind of hanging with MSK. MSK obviously more specifically, Wesley is injured because of the attack last week from Grizzled Young Veterans. So Ciampa's like, well, you know what? Why don't you go up against us? And Birch and Larkin are like, oh, we're not just going to defend our titles against anybody. So Ciampa's like, right, well, whatever. Like, we don't need the titles to be on the line. We'll just take yous on. So this cuts to Ciampa walking down the old walkway to the ring. He meets Timothy Thatcher, who is talking to Alexander Wolf.
Oh.
So Birch and Larkin take on Thatcher and Ciampa. Thatcher gets hit with a clothesline and lands really awkwardly on his shoulder during this match. And in another kind of very real looking moment, Thatcher's at ringside and then it looks like he's starting to have a bit of a fit. Like he's like pure shaking and just like gripping like his shoulder, and it was incredibly uncomfortable. But then we come back from the adverts and he's totally fine. I don't know if this was live or not. Maybe there was a wee bit of time that they had to kind of stop and see if he was actually all right to continue. I bring that up because in a moment or two, something else happens. Both TNC lock in headlocks and then start beating the chest of the champs. Thatcher hits an enziguri and then starts pointing at his arm again. Then Thatcher starts trying to make his way over to the tag to Ciampa, and then Imperium show up on the ramp. And then before Thatcher can make the tag, because he kind of dilly-dallied, as soon as he seen Imperium, he sort of locked on them. And then as soon as he was about to make the tag, Ciampa's bounced off the apron, Birch and Larkin hit their double team, and then they get the victory. So we move on next to Roddy Strong, who's out. He had his Undisputed Era dog tag, which he throws to the mat. He starts calling out Cole, but once again comes out Finn Balor.
Is it just me or is Finn Balor coming across as just a big fucking bitch?
Oh, but it's like, Jesus, can you not let these guys like kind of have their own thing without you being involved in fucking everything?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he kicked you in the face, cool, but there's more pressing matters at hand than you.
Well, now there is, because he comes out and he says, Strong first of all says, I beg your pardon, Strong says, the Undisputed Era were fine until you showed up. And then Finn sort of replies with, the real reason the Undisputed Era fell apart was because of this. And then kind of points to his championship belt. Then he says, well, you realize that Adam Cole is not going to come out because you told him to. Here's the way to get Adam Cole to come out. Then he turns to the camera and says, Adam Cole, you versus me next week for the NXT Championship. Then he just turns back around and then just starts talking back to Roddy Strong. Then he starts saying, Roddy Strong, you're a follower, you're not a leader. And until you get dirtier, until you get greedier, you will never be like Adam Cole. And then Strong jumps Finn, and they start brawling until refs separate them. And then while they're separated, Finn's like, "Oh, you want to go? You want to go? Right? Why don't we do it tonight?" So we get the first of 3 or 4 segments of Theory and Therapy.
I watched like a supercut of these.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Was this not the greatest thing?
All put together. I'm finding myself really liking Austin Theory.
I just love the way in general. Like, all 4 of them are fantastic together.
Yeah, it's such a...
Who does thunk it, though?
Yeah, it's such a dysfunctional faction, but fun. They put the fun in dysfunctional.
They're incredible. Like, I did not think that this was going to be the best thing when they all kind of glubbed together. Mm-hmm. But now that Theory is kind of changed into this complete dum-dum, and now Indy has really found this extra little layer that she didn't have before.
She loves some crazy.
But she was always fine. But then it was like kind of when she became part of the way, that's when you started to see her a bit more comedic side, like during the Gargano Christmas, like that sort of stuff. And it's now she's on a different level. Like, I thought, like, it's bad to say that she wasn't the funniest person in this segment because she was fucking hilarious. But and this was one of these things where I needed to continue pausing this to take notes, partially because I was cackling so much I couldn't hear the rest of it, and partially because every fucking sentence was practically gold. So, they're in they're in with the therapist, and Theory says, "This doesn't look like Chuck E. Cheese." Which now just like, then I was just like, right, pause right there. Because clearly I'm just imagining now, like, the way you're getting together and Gargano's like, oh, we're going to Chuck E. Cheese, and Theory's like, yay! So he's proclaiming in the van, and then when they all sit down, he's just like, hold on a second, I think I've been had.
Yeah. I kind of now want like a Five Nights at Freddy's movie with Austin Theory.
And it's the rest of the way trying to come and get him. Or just Dexter Lumis fucking robots.
Because it's that sort of Chuck E. Cheese environment.
Yeah. So Theory says, when he was asked, like, I was on vacation. And he was like, like if I could have been on vacation. Then Theory says, like, Dexter needed a friend. And then Indy says, I'd warm him up. As she's doodling something. And then Gargano's like, well, what is that? What are you doing? What are you drawing? And he's like, it's none of your business. Like, get a word of the way. Of course it's my business. So he snatches it away and it says, Mrs. Indy Wrestling Loomis. And Gargano says, I gave you that nickname. That was a Christmas present. You just ruined Christmas. And then...
Gargano's really fucking shown a different side to him since the Way thing. Like, he's not just the amazing wrestler. He's also got comedic chops.
Well, like saying you ruined Christmas at the beginning of March.
It looks like, and it looks like he's having a lot of fun with it.
I'm so happy. Like, as we probably kind of said, and definitely a lot of other people have been saying, Gargano and Ciampa specifically really needed to leave NXT a long time ago. I'm so glad he stayed because we get this every week.
Yeah.
The whole I hate wheels thing, and the whole look at my broken arm. The R stands for real, not for right, and
don't say the K word.
Don't say the K word. And like, still my absolute favorite before the way we're together was Indy Hartwell. Who'd she ever beat?
Yeah.
And then, she buys the TV. Oh, Indy Hartwell, I love that girl. Remember how I was telling you about that? Like, he's been fucking gold, man. And then
he's such a disingenuous prick that it works.
But then he still can go when it matters.
Yeah, yeah.
He's not changed his wrestling style.
Yeah, he can turn it on when he needs to. Glug, 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 glug.
Delicious. So, yeah, Gargano then says, yep, you ruined Christmas. And then he starts getting really angry at the doctor. Yeah, let's just call it the doctor. Yeah, I mean, they're considered doctors, I guess. So we'll call it a doctor because I think it started referencing her that later on. So he starts getting mad at the doctor, and then he just starts shouting, "Oh no, you're not therapy on me. You're therapy on him. Therapy on her. Like I'm not the one getting therapied on."
Yeah. And
then it gets thrown out the office, and we will be to be continued. We'll revisit this in a little bit. So Grammy is backstage. He wants to change the name of the CWC to the CGA, the Cameron Grimes Auditorium. Rigo's here to talk, and he starts talking about the crew member that Grammy attacked last week, and he's like, no worries. What does he want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Rigo's like, no, we're sitting on a potential lawsuit right now. He's like, oh, so you're the one dealing with it. How much do you want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because everybody has a price. And then Rigo's like, well, no, that's good. Like, I'll deal with that. But what we have tonight is we have a contract with your name on it, and you're going to phrase Bronson Reed. And Grammy looks a bit good. So we move on to Aaliyah versus Ember Moon. Shotzi rides Ember to the ring, and Stone starts getting the nervous itches as he sat in the ring watching that. Terrifying, even bigger than last time Tank coming towards him. Shotzi looked
like Shotzi,
but better because she wasn't wrestling. So anyway, Aaliyah gets a big boot in the corner for 2. There's a spinebuster for 2 by Ember. Stone and Aaliyah try and interfere as Ember Moon is on the top rope. Shotzi takes him out with a double diving clothesline. The Eclipse, and it is over. It was a whatever match. Mackenzie then is backstage with Thatcher and Ciampa. She asks what happened earlier on tonight, and Ciampa says, "Oh, Thatcher tries to start to answer by saying something along the lines of, oh, like Imperium, or like they were saying that they were going to give me a lot of money to maybe join them." And then Ciampa kind of butts in with, "Oh, well, his past was his past, and it's trying to bury him, but that's all it is the past. So are we done here?"
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they kind of walk off. Dakota Kai and Raquel Gonzalez take on Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. So early on, Shayna tries to go for the breaky arm move that she done on Kai all those moons ago. A nice little hark back to their previous feud in NXT, but Kai avoids. Nia then at one point starts swinging Kai's face just into the turnbuckle, which looked gross. Kai tries to go. Kai tries to hit the go-to kick on Shayna, but no dice. Kai is locked in the clutch, but manages to get to Gonzalez, who tags in. Raquel then takes Nia Jax off the apron, but also kicks the ref in the face at the same time. Gonzo then spears Jax over the announce table and both then go over. Shayna Baszler pops back up and locks the clutch back in. Then Adam Pearce shows up on the ramp, calling for a referee, and then apparently it's a Raw official specifically, comes in, calls for the bell, but Kai wasn't the legal woman in the match at this point. So at this point, Kai and Gonzalez just got screwed at the tag team titles.
This feels very convoluted.
Do tell.
Like, why is Adam Pearce on NXT? Why is he bringing out a Raw official? Is there not other NXT ones? It just seems as though they're trying too hard to fuck them over.
I think it's meant to be to the point of they were getting really close to winning and Pierce doesn't want the titles off of the Raw brand.
But they're not on the Raw brand. I was going to say they're a Universal title, but we already have one of those.
When you say it that way, we get what you mean. It's like it's dual or tri-branded.
Yes, it's tri-branded. Yes, it can be defended anywhere. Raw, SmackDown, NXT. Fuck, even do it on Tough Enough if you bring it back. Like,
I'm sure you could probably defend them.
It's not as if they've got fucking Fire and Flavin and they're defending the belts. And the story was we're trying to keep it away from Impact because if they take them, they're going to take them away forever.
Yeah, I feel like this would have made more sense.
Is what I mean by it seems very convoluted.
I feel like it would have made more sense if Adam Pearce was just the overseer of Raw.
Yeah, instead of floating about
everything, essentially.
Yes. Or maybe even just have him on SmackDown and Shane McMahon on Raw.
Yeah, maybe.
The way
or
they've
like,
sort of been teasing things.
Or like if he had Pat Buck on SmackDown. Like,
yeah.
Because he's obviously he's another overseer, but they've just used Adam Pearce for everything now. So
yeah, please leave NXT alone.
Guy.
Mm-hmm. Leave William Regal alone. He's done his job well now for what feels like
decades.
4 years, 5 years.
William Regal has been the most consistent general manager probably in wrestling history at this point.
Since the days of Teddy Long, he has been the most consistent, yes.
Yeah, but like that's even without like even there was even times where Teddy Long like kind of took time off or was out with injuries or yada yada. Regal has been the most consistent, and considering the fact that back in the day, like your first GM was Dusty, who done relatively good job. He showed up when he was needed. And then you had JBL, who was then the next general manager, who never appeared in NXT. Like he appeared maybe on like the first show, and then that was it. And then
I remember him appearing to strap Paige at the NXT Women's Championship.
Yeah, which was the thing I was about to say was the only other time that he appeared as NXT general manager was to take Paige's fucking women's title off of her.
And then you had Regal after that, wasn't it?
And then Regal was after that because, again, JBL never showed up.
Yeah, so, and that was like, what, 2014? Fuck, Regal's been in charge since fucking for 7 years.
For fuck's sake.
It's almost 7 years.
Jesus.
NXT has been a fine product without any fucking interference. Leave it alone. Yes, I'm not watching it now, and I do sound a bit like a fucking hypocrite, but it's the best fucking weekly show that WWE does.
But you hear about everything every week when we run this down, so even though you're not watching, you know everything that's going on.
Yeah.
So at least you're still that kind of person where you can still chime in with it even though you don't watch it.
I mean, I'll watch bits if, you know, they interest me. Like, I watched the therapy sessions, but just...
As I like to call them, the therapy sessions.
The therapy sessions. Leave NXT alone. Content-wise, it's your best brand.
Mm-hmm.
Might not make you the most money, but it's the best brand that you have, with the best wrestling consistently.
Well, we'll get back to this kind of conversation shortly, but because I want to kind of bring up what Chris mentioned in the chat early last night, that me and him kind of had a very kind of brief talking about, and then kind of see what your opinions might be on this, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So we're back in therapy with Johnny Gargano is now out, and Theory starts saying, well, he needed a friend, and then Eddie says, I'll be his friend with benefits. And Candice's phone keeps going off, and so she keeps reading off things like, "Oh man, like he's a nut job," and the doctor's like, "Is Johnny texting you?" And Candice's like, "Nope, don't know what you're talking about. No, nothing's happening here." And then she goes and opens the door, and Gargano's leaning up against the door and stumbles in, and he has his phone in his hand. It's like, "Oh, I was just going to order Uber Eats. Does anybody want anything?" Oh, that one got me fucking hard. And then she's like, "Right, that's at you out." And then Candice leaves, but then Indy also leaves, and it's like, Indy wasn't doing anything.
I think the point of it was to then get Austin alone.
Yeah. Austin, theory of a dead man. Again, I have a random theory CD sitting next to me, and it felt appropriate. So the doc then sits down and says, "So what really happened with Dexter Lumis?" And then Theory just kind of wide-eyed there. To be continued. There's a Swerve promo where he's kind of like, "Hey, check out my new track," because Theory, nope, Swerve, bit of a rapper.
Does he have them bars?
He may do.
Does he spit that mad fire, yo? Oh my god, I could not sound any more fucking white.
I mean, he should get new theme music then, and rap his own theme music.
Mm-hmm.
Very kind of a la Keith Lee.
R-Truth.
R-Truth. Road Dogg. Hey, they rapped the 3 Live Crew theme. Don't at me.
I think Conan and R-Truth rapped the 3 Live Crew song. Road Dogg just spoke.
He done his best. Leave him alone. So, yeah, Swerve promo. He starts talking about Ruff tripping and falling into winning the North American title, while Swerve scratched and clawed and pretty much got nothing out of it. So Swerve tells Ruff that he needs to be handled. Swerve is different, and I just don't care anymore. And it's like, okay.
Was that you speaking or was that Swerve speaking?
That was Swerve speaking.
I had to double check again.
I really do like Swerve, but I'm not behind this heel angle yet, but that promo really did actually make me go, okay, all right, let's see how we go from here.
Want to know something interesting? He's done this before.
Oh, no. MLW? So how did that go?
He lost the belt to Low Key. He was the MLW Heavyweight Champion for a good while. Lost the belt to Low Key. Lost the rematch. And then basically took a hissy fit and turned heel.
Beat Riddle for it.
Yeah. So once he lost the rematch with Low Key, he took a hissy fit and turned heel. And his work, from what you're saying, sounds similar to what he's already done, but less passionate.
I feel like kind of trying to compare those two is just a bit
Apples and oranges.
Yeah. There's only probably so much that you can do under WWE's sort of veil.
Yeah, it's almost like a creative hindrance.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we know these stories work, so we only do these stories.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Like, I mean, obviously Swerve has been a bit of a heel for the past wee while, but now it's
full blown.
Stapled in now. Yeah, exactly. It's full blown. This is it. This is Swerve now. Let's see how it goes. I'll give it its chance. Because it was obviously very before.
Maybe he'll swerve you and it'll be really good.
Maybe. Swerve means confidence, but swerve also means swerve. L.A. Knight is out next. Cutting a promo and... Excuse me?
Aye, he's not even had a match yet and I'm already...
I thought this was his best promo he's cut.
I've not seen it. I'm just not interested. I think it's because he's been away out of the limelight for so long. I'm just... Oh yeah, I remember him. Cool.
He was in NW.
I'm just... No, not feeling it. I don't know if it's the name change or whatever. Just... Nah.
Well, it looks like we're starting up his first feud, so... L.A. Knight is out. And he says, I've waited a couple of weeks, but now is the time, so let me talk to you. So L.A. Knight pretty much says his usual stuff. He lists off a bunch of flippy wrestlers and says, nah, I ain't about that. I am going to be myself, and you know what? It might not be pretty, but that's just how the job gets done. And he says, don't call me the GOAT because that is overrated. Just, if you're going to talk about the greatest of all time, just say L.A. Knight. And then Bronson Reed's theme music hits. Bronson Reed makes his way out to the ring, but Knight is just still there in the ring. Reed kind of steps in. Knight doesn't look impressed, but he's like, all right. So he climbs out the ring, gives Reed his moment, and kind of leaves. So your next match is Bronson Reed taking on Cameron Grimes.
Gentlemen.
However, Cameron Grimes has new theme music. It's that
money.
da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na.
Is it that?
No. It's that rap song that was playing over the past couple of weeks.
Ah.
To the moon. Which works really well. It works so well. And he's got the new Titantron with the...
Yeah, I seen a picture of the Titantron. There's like money falling.
There's like his name is like encased in gold and has the kind of stock
Aye.
like it's very JBL-esque.
Mm-hmm.
But they did that. I think it's that kind of famous dude that does the wrestling rap songs. I can't remember his name.
Is it Josiah or something like that?
Doesn't he have like a kind of
I think he's got a contract.
Hollywood name or whatever, like Wrestle Raps or something like that. I can't remember.
I think that's like his name on Twitter, but he done like the rap for like Undisputed Era and stuff. He rapped Cole to the ring at Takeover 25.
Pretty sure that's the same dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they played this a couple of times. They played it at Takeover, and then they did it the next week when Cameron Grimes crashed his car, and he's like, I didn't know these things could go this fast. Guess we'll just buy another one. But yeah, new theme music and
Josiah Williams is his name.
All right. Do you have his other name? His online name?
Wrestle and Flow?
That's the one. I was close with Wrestle Raps. So, Grimes tries to buy his way out of the match. Again, he's like, how much you want? 1, 2, 3, 4? And he's like, it's $100 bills, dollar bills, yo. Gets popped in the face. Grimes tries a sunset flip, but just gets sat on by Reed. Grimes tries to leave at one point. He grabs his hat, and then Reed dives out on the floor to him. Reed sends Gramey back into the ring, and then LA Knight comes back, picks up Grimes' hat, and throws it in the ring. And then the rest like, what are you doing? It's like, he drops his hat. He drops his hat. And so the ref takes it, disposes of it, while Reed is on the top rope. LA Knight then goes up and grabs Reed's leg, and then that takes Reed off the top rope. Boom! The cave in. 1, 2, 3, and Gramey gets a victory. Pretty decent victory, actually. Like for Gramey, who's not obviously been on a very big upscale. So hopefully this is good for him.
Bet you Bronson Reed's in the line there thinking like Terry Funk going, I should have taken the money
forever. We see Regal and Pierce arguing backstage, but we'll get back to that. Caden Carter gives an update on Casey's condition, saying that she's going to be out for a while because her leg has been broken, and then challenges Xia to a match next week.
Do you just say this now to piss us off?
What?
Instead of saying Zaya, it's Xia.
Because
saying that to annoy us.
Her name starts with an X.
Ah, but the X is silent. It's pronounced like an S.
So if the X is silent, her name's Aya.
Aye, it's one of those letters that when in the context of the letters doesn't sound like how it looks.
But it starts with an X. If her name was Zaya, it would be Z-I-A.
Well, that's like saying Chris's name isn't Christopher, it's Christopher.
Yes, Christopher.
Christopher. Because of
Christopher.
in there.
Christopher.
Because I wasn't like, you've been saying it for fucking ages, and I thought, is he just ripping the piss?
Because her name's Xia.
I don't want to get into a Lashley argument with you, so I'm just going to let it go.
Look at it. Look at Xavier Woods' Facebook or Twitter, and I'm pretty sure on it says, "Pronounce the X, Xavier, Xavier." So
Aye, but in Xia Li's case, pronounce it the way that the ring announcers do. They don't call her Xia Li.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, I'm not
Xia Li.
Continue.
We joined Theory one at the therapy, where Theory says, "I loved my time with Dexter Lumis. We watched cartoons and I ate so much cereal." And then the doc says, "That's like," and then he kind of just replied, "Yeah, I just needed a friend. He needed somebody to hang about with." And the doctor said, "Well, I spoke to Dexter Lumis just before you came in," and Theory's like, "Dexter doesn't speak." And the doctor says, "Well, on the contrary, to be honest, I couldn't get him to stop." And he says, "The reason he let you go is because he wanted rid of you, because your terrible fashion sense, your terrible eating habits, and the way that you started cutting up all his shirts to show your mediocre midsection." And Theory's like, and he gets up, runs out of the room, and Gargano kind of brings him back in and kind of hugs him. He's like, it's okay. Like, right, go. I'm going to give her a piece of my mind. And it turns around and he's like, "That was fucking great. Well done. You've done it."
Fucking master manipulator.
So he pulls out all this cash and hands it to her. He's like, "You deserved every cent of this." And then just hands this massive wad of bills. And then he's like, "Oh, wait."
Away.
And he's like, wait. And pulls one back. He's like, "Arcade money." and then he leaves and goes, and then you just hear him in the hall going, "We're going to Chuck E. Cheese."
This was fantastic.
Yeah.
It's
the whole three-segment saga.
I think it's even better if you watch the Supercut because it's all together.
Yeah, this is very a la the Team Hell No.
Dr. Shelby-ness.
Yeah. And the one thing it would have made it better if it was Dr. Shelby doing it. But
see, Dr. Shelby would never have taken a bribe.
Maybe. Well, no, it wasn't really a bribe. I don't think.
He paid her off to basically lie about Loomis.
I don't think that was a lie.
So why is he paying him going, "Oh, you've done such a great job"?
Because he hates him now. And I get it. I get
the way it came across is as if Gargano set the whole thing up.
But if that was the case, why wouldn't they just let her do that to begin with? Why did he have to argue with her constantly? Like, I feel like she was maybe trying to get there, but like everybody else was just getting in her way. And it was that kind of thing. It's like Gargano probably got the result he wanted, but Dexter Lumis probably did actually speak to her.
No, I don't think he has. I don't think he'll speak to anyone. And that's just it. Like, I definitely think Gargano's masterminded the whole thing. That's the feeling I have. That he wants Austin to stop thinking that Loomis is a nice guy. Then that way, when the eventual title match happens, Theory will be on Gargano's side. Rather than but Johnny, but Dex, but Johnny.
Yeah, but what
And
about
then you've
Indy?
got fucking Indy Hartwell in the background just fucking fingering herself.
Well, you've put that in my head, so we better move on quickly. So Everrise took on Brazango.
No, they didn't. I seen this bit too. No, they didn't.
Right, okay, right. I'm going to run through this. It's only 3 lines, but then I need to ask you something. So, they do the moon thing again, which was kind of weird that they're already rehashing shit. Then Phantasma attack. However, Tyler Breeze didn't take his helmet off the entire time, and they purposely continued to not focus on him. I don't think that was Tyler Breeze.
I don't think it was either.
This reminded me of the beginning of every Saints Row game, where you do a mission when you're conveniently covered up by something, and then after you do the first mission is then when you pick what your character looks like, and then for the rest of the game they look like that. More specifically, the third one, because everybody goes in with to rob a bank with the giant Johnny Gats heads, and your character the entire time is running about with this giant, stupid, comically oversized Johnny Gat head, and it's like, you're like, why is this happening exactly? And it's like, well, obviously it's because like you need to pick what your character looks like after the mission, but it just looks so dumb.
Yeah, you need to get through the tutorial first.
Yeah, and it just, that was the kind of thing that reminded me of this. Just like,
It's almost a bit like the TNA Impact game storyline as well, where you're suicide, but then you get beat up in Mexico and you're left for dead, and you need to get plastic surgery, and that's when you create who you are in the story.
Yeah, exactly. It was just very strange. Obviously, I'm maybe assuming Tyler Breeze has some kind of injury because I haven't seen Brazango in fucking what seems like months at this point.
He's on YouTube every week. It hasn't. They haven't said anything. But then again, we don't really hear about injury things on Up, Down, Down.
Yeah. So the Phantasma then jump in the ring, and Everrise are like, look, it's okay. Right, we're fine. This beef isn't between us. We're cool. We'll just leave. And then they kind of got the ring and then started kind of mouthing off. Then what's his face? Santos. There you go. I was about to say Santana. I was about to say Santana. Santa Escobar comes out, says ho 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 motherfuckers, knocks the two of them out. Santa Escobar instead. It's just pure cocaine that comes out.
Druggy McDruglord.
This is what we need. This is we need Santos Escobar as like the proper Scarface.
Pablo Escobar.
Mm-hmm. He was a real person, wasn't he?
Yes, that's why I call him. That's why I call him Druggy McDruglord.
He was the dude that owned the island that they were trying to do Firefest on, wasn't it? You know Firefest, don't you?
I know Firefest.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Are you sure you're not? Is it you maybe getting Escobar mixed up with Epstein?
No, because the whole point was like it was some drug lord that owned an island that they were wanting to do the festival on, and then they were like, "Don't mention it was owned by this person." And then the next advert for the Firefest, they were like, "Once owned by," and they were like, "Right, fuck it, you're not going to let use this island. We told you not to, and you did."
Oh well.
Have we seen how well that went? Then Escobar cut some promo about stuff. Good for him. Like, he was obviously angry from losing last week. So Mackenzie Mitchell joins Regal backstage asking about the tag title match, and Regal says next week he'll address it and he will announce something that will shake the foundation of WWE. Don't know what that is, but I guess we'll see. Also, kind of during the show, I kind of didn't take a note of them, but there was also Storm and EO promos building up to their match, because next week we have 3 matches on the card. We have Io Shirai versus Toni Storm for the NXT Women's Championship. We have Xia Li taking on Kaden Carter 1-on-1. And we have Finn Balor defending the NXT Championship against Adam Cole, baby. Big match.
It's quite a loaded card. For next.
It seems like a very counterproductive card for what seems like a very probably nothing show on AEW this week or that following week.
Well, that I think it all really depends on what happens coming out of Revolution. Like,
yeah, but normally not too much happens when it comes out to like after shows.
Is the thought maybe that whoever it is that they've signed will then show up on Dynamite and they'll maybe
a bit of a threat,
and it's going to be a bit of a threat, yeah.
Maybe.
Like, I mean, if it is CM Punk, then when it's announced on Revolution, guarantee you fucking no one will be watching NXT that night.
Yeah. Well, we've only got a few short days to find out. And I can't wait. I'm going to try and do everything I can to try and watch it live, but it might not be possible for me. And it's fucking killing me inside.
I'm back shift next week, so I can stay up and watch it on Sunday night. I don't start work till 3.
Nice. Well, let's wrap this episode of NXT up with your main event being Finn Balor taking on Roddy Strong. Strong comes out with new theme music and new gear, clearly showing he's done with the Undisputed Era. However, his new theme music sounds a lot like Violent by Design's theme music.
Has he reverted back to his music before he was in?
No,
it's brand new.
It's new music. It kind of has the same kind of feel as his old music, but it's newer. And it just, as I say, it kind of sounds like Violent by Designs. If you can kind of go and just watch the entrance, I think you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. So during the match, Strong tries the high knee in the corner, but Balor evades, obviously because, you know, he's got a massive metal plate in his fucking face these days. Finn locks in what looks like a kind of Sergeant Slaughter style clutch, but Roddy makes the ropes. What does Sergeant Slaughter call that?
What?
The kind of submission that he does?
His old finisher?
Yeah, the something clutch.
Cobra clutch.
Cobra clutch. I was a bit I was racking my brains. I was like, it's not the camel clutch because that's Iron Sheik. So it's the Cobra clutch.
That's camel clutch is when you're sitting on the person's knee and you're pulling on their neck, stretching the back.
Making him humble.
The Cobra clutch is essentially what Okada's using now.
Or Ted DiBiase as well, yeah.
DiBiase, the $1 Million Dream, that's a Cobra clutch, yeah.
There you go. There you go. See, wrestling historian. Fucking, this is why we pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, buddy.
Roddy does his running forearms back and forth, which I just enjoy every time he fucking does that. Roddy with a double underhook powerbomb for 2. Strong locks in the stronghold, but Balor breaks out. But Strong turns it into a roll-up, which also gets 2. Roddy goes for the lumbar check, or at least a variation of it, but Balor counters into a stomp in midair, which looked fucking amazing. Balor sets up for the drop kick, and then he connects, follows up with the coup de grace, finishes it off with the 1916. 1, 2, 3, and Finn Balor wins, but Roddy Strong has probably put on the best performance I've seen of his in an absolute long ass time. Good stuff from him. And then as Finn Balor sort of does his poses and all that hoopla, Adam Cole, baby, is on the stage, and he's still in Undisputed Era gear. Now, I know you don't really follow NXT, but as I kind of say, you kind of unintentionally follow NXT by always hearing our rundown of all the shit. So, what do you think is next here? So, feel free to go into a little detail of. I mean, even if you want to say "fuck," the boogeyman will show up. Like, what do you think might happen?
No, actually, there was a wee interesting bit. There was a picture posted of him. I'll take it from this week's NXT, and he's still in all the Undisputed Era merch, and he's tagged the photo. This is my era. So there was a reply from someone who's been using the phrase "my era" a lot in the past year. Mr. Jay White, leader of the Bullet Club. So, again, more Bullet Club teasing over different promotions. I think he's going to rebuild Undisputed Era and have it as with new people, with 3 new people. But as of right now, I could not tell you couldn't say who would pick.
Interesting.
Maybe he ends up pally with Pete Dunne, Birch and Lorcan, and then they become Undisputed Era. Fuck
See,
knows.
that's a nice little additional tidbit that I didn't know about at all, and this is what makes this interesting, is because it's kind of stemming from other promotions, and it's kind of all bleeding together in a way.
Yeah.
Like that's an awesome little tidbit that I would never have known had you not brought it up.
Yeah. It was just a wee thing, like it didn't really. He responded in form of a GIF. So it was a response, but it wasn't really a response. But it was Jay White's thing is breathe with the switchblade in my new era of like his era of New Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And then Adam Cole posted that picture, him still with all the merch, saying "This is my era." And Jay White sort of posted like a gif where it's like a guy sort of like taking his sunglasses down just past his nose, like
seriously.
his eyebrows.
Well, that like brings so much new, interesting sort of layer to this, because now that you're like, maybe Adam Cole might bring a new Undisputed Era. Because obviously I just thought Undisputed Era done, that's it. But what if Cole tries to bring a new UE?
Yeah, but they wouldn't. I don't think that they would call it like the new Undisputed Era, because when you put the new in front of anything, it doesn't work.
No, I don't mean call it the new Undisputed. Just call it the Undisputed Era. But then
just keep it as Undisputed Era, but with new members,
new people. And then, maybe it just doesn't go because, Birch, Lorcan, and Dunn are like, we don't want to fucking listen to you.
Mm-hmm. It's just a for instance. Maybe they're fed up with Pat McAfee's nonsense.
Or not being there.
Yeah, and Adam Cole kind of led his team to victory. They're maybe like, we backed the wrong horse here.
Yeah, and then Pat McAfee can come back and be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, I thought you hated that guy. Now you're gonna just, now we're just gonna team with him."
But the thing is, it comes down to money, doesn't it? Because Pat bought them essentially.
Yeah. So they have no real allegiance to him.
No. And yes, Pat McAfee probably has a lot more money than Adam Cole, but I think there's maybe a way to get around that.
Well, yeah, like maybe if they join Adam Cole and then they start to become an actual sort of group and a brotherhood.
Yeah.
And maybe then that could be their kind of argument if Pat McAfee comes back. It's like, you guys were with me, and it's like, we were just with you because you paid us.
Mm-hmm.
But, and it's like,
they're essentially mercenaries.
Yeah, and then they could be like, then Pat could be like, well, I can pay you more. And it's like, it's not about money anymore, to be honest. We've got a lot of money. You gave us a lot of money. We're getting a lot of money working here, but see now this is more than money. This is a brotherhood now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's ways about it.
Well, I guess we shall see how that will go in the future.
We'll need to see what happens NXT week.
Aye. Yeah, boy. Right. Okay. It is now time for the quick fire draw to run down AEW's Revolution pay-per-view. On the pre-show, Miguel Rijo and Thunder Rosa will be in tag team action against Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, and Reba. And I say Reba purely for the fact that it did actually come up with Reba on the match screen.
Just out of interest, I'm going to go with Baker and Reba.
Of course, because Baker's your favourite.
Yeah, but I also knew that you would pick Riho.
That too.
So just
also,
to keep things interesting.
Also, we should note that we did not get Chris's picks, so Chris is
Chris's picks, but I'm going to assume he's going to pick Britt Baker as well.
I
think he likes Baker more than Riho.
No, but he also picked Thunder Rosa in the tournament
because he knew that name.
Maybe. We have the casino. He's not going to fucking listen to this far. Casino Tag Team Battle Royal, where the winner will get a future AEW World Tag Team Championship match. We have my pick to win this, Bear Country.
Ooh.
Taking on the Dark Order of Alex Reynolds and John Silver. Big Johnny Hungy. Taking on the Dark Order's Evil Uno and Stu Grayson. Taking on the Inner Circle, Santana and Ortiz. Taking on the Butcher and the Blades. Taking on Private Parties, Isaiah Cassidy and Mark Quinn. Taking on Top Flights, Darius and Dante Martin. Taking on Death Triangles, Pac and Ray Phoenix. Taking on the Varsity Blondes, Griff Garrison and Brian Pillman Jr. Taking on the Seidel's, Matt and Mike Seidel. Taking on SoCal Uncensored, Frankie Kazarian and Christopher Daniels. Taking on the Natural Nightmares of Dustin Rhodes and QT Marshall. Taking on Chaos Projects, Luther and Serpentico. Taking on the Gun Clubs, Austin and Colton Gunn. That's interesting. Taking on the Dark Orders, Alan 5 Angels and Preston 10 Vance. There's a lot of tag teams.
You're missing one.
I'm missing one?
Yeah.
Not according to Wikipedia, but enlighten.
I'm on Wikipedia too, and I've got another team here after Preston Vance and Alan Angels.
Maybe Maybe Wiki is literally updated from when I brought this up, because I brought this up about an hour ago. I brought this up before we started running down NXT. So enlighten us on the last team.
The team of Pretty Picture, Caesar Bononi, and Pretty Peter Avalon.
Yeah, they were in the scuffle. You're right. That's weird. Why are they not there? I would refresh the page, but I might lose everything, so never mind. Well, there you go. Pretty Peter Avalon and Cesar Bononi are also in this. Miro and Kip. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot. But it's because your webcam is frozen and it looks like you're not interested anymore.
Oh, it has frozen, actually.
It's just you looking at your phone. And it's
I'm waving to the camera.
No, you're not.
Well, I am waving to the camera. It's just the camera's not picking it up.
Anyway, who's your pick for this match? Ouch.
What
the hell?
Pick the Dark Order.
Uh-huh.
No, that's my pick, the Dark Order.
There's 3 Dark Orders. That's cheating. Right, so you're picking Johnny Hungry's team.
I'm going to go with Silver and Reynolds.
Yeah. That was my assumption. But anyway, so Miro and Kip Sabian take on the best friends of Orange Cassidy and Chuck Taylor.
I'm going to go with best friends.
I might have to go with Miro. Miro specifically, because I think he's going to wreck fucking shop here.
I just think that best friends have just been losing to these guys constantly. And it's now time for their win back, the way that wrestling sort of booked these days.
Oh, there you go. You're moving again.
Yeah. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh, you're a juggalo? I didn't know that. I don't know. I think, as Ken Miro says in his promo, oh yeah, he's no more Mr. Nice Guy anymore, so...
Gloves are off.
Yeah. We have the face of the Revolution ladder match with Cody Rhodes versus Scorpio Sky versus Penta El Zero Miedo versus Lance Archer versus Max Caster versus To Be Determined.
I'm going to pick To Be Determined.
See, that's what I was going to say, is I feel like it all comes down to who is going to be the 6th person.
I mean, the last time we had one of these type ladder matches, it was the person to be announced.
Yep. And then fucking Cage slaughtered it. And I was probably the only person excited because I was sitting with Claire and Chris is like, I've heard the name, but I don't really know who that is. And I was like, oh my god, it's Brad Cage!
But in fairness, I will pick another name.
Yeah, let's... I will go with Pentagon.
I'm going to pick Scorpio Sky.
Nice. In the big money match, Adam Page, baby, takes on Matt Hardy, with the winner receiving the loser's 2001 first quarter earnings. That is 3 months worth of cashish right there.
But it's not just your wage off AEW, it counts as merch and endorsements and
everything.
I'm going to go with Matt Hardy.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I would love Adam Page to win.
Mm-hmm.
I like Adam Page. Off I fond him. But I think...
Yeah.
going story-wise, a bit more bad shit needs to happen to Adam Page.
Just to really sink him that much lower.
Yeah. So that then it makes the rise a bit more epic.
I mean, that could be that's a good shout.
Because, well, I'll spoiler for my pick for the death match, but Adam Page has got to be the guy that takes the belt off Omega.
Agreed. And we're a long way from that.
Yes, we are a long way from that, and I think this is the match where he hits rock bottom.
I think the match against Omega has not happened until All In, which I would say is probably like AEW's kind of Bound for Glory, WrestleMania, yada yada.
I would say it was Double or Nothing.
Really?
Yeah, their first show.
Well, I look at it as because All
officially,
Out.
Their first show officially.
Oh yeah, but like I would look at, I include All Out as kind of their first show. Like the way I look at it, it may be completely different, but it also makes more sense because All Out is much later in the year. So that would give about nearly 6 months to let the story kind of go.
I don't think the match is going to happen this year at all. I think it's next year. I think this is a long, long story.
I think that would be too long. I think that would be too long.
Well, New Japan seem to pull off these 2-year story arcs pretty well.
Yeah, but that's New Japan, and they have a completely different kind of booking system.
But if you book it similar to the way that they book, then you can get away with it and still keep it interesting.
I think that's a bit harder. See, when you're doing weekly television, I think that's a bit harder. And I know that saying that, obviously, New Japan does a lot of, kind of build on house shows and all that sort of stuff, but I think that's just that little bit too much. If you ask me, I think All Out would be the perfect place because, I mean, like again, this is completely opinion. I don't even think it's a real word, but I'm going to go with it. But I do see All Out being the biggest show of AEW's calendar, while Double or Nothing is. Like I would say, like Double or Nothing is kind of their SummerSlam, whereas All Out is their WrestleMania, because All In was the first show that they done as a collective, and so it feels like that's the staple at this point of AEW.
Then why not call it All In then?
Because the first one they were going all out because they were literally going all out, but now that they're a company, they're going all in because they were going all in on the company. So it's like
I think I know what you're trying to say, but I think you've reversed it.
I have reversed it. Yes. Yeah, I fucked that up.
I knew what you meant. Oh, I knew what you meant.
No, yeah. No, I appreciate, because we're going all in on that first show, and now they're going all out. So that's what, like, again, it's the whole thing of All In was the first show that they done. Granted, they weren't AEW, the wrestling company at the time, but that was the first step, and that's why I think All Out, the pay-per-view that they do every year, is essentially their biggest show, their WrestleMania. And, some would argue that All Out last year wasn't that great because Matt Hardy almost died and stuff. Still feel like that's looked at as their biggest show of the year.
Okay, I can't argue with you. It's just different perspectives.
But I can also agree with you that Double or Nothing is one of their biggest pay-per-views. But I personally look at it as Double or Nothing being like the the SummerSlam, the second biggest.
But say when you say, they're two of their biggest pay-per-views of the year, they only do 4.
Yeah, but like when it comes to both these pay-per-views, it feels like there's just something that more in the air when it comes to these two.
Well, last year Revolution was a fucking great show, so I think see how if they pull it off again.
Mm-hmm.
The opinion might change to be like, well, Revolution's where has been like the best show.
Yeah.
Like these last 2 years, so this could be the fucking rest. There's an argument for any, whether it be Revolution, Double or Nothing, All Out, or Full Gear.
Yeah, I think it's all just going to depend. It's going to depend on.
It depends on what show, like, because we're only in year 2.
Yep.
So I think we're going to need at least 3 to 5 more years of these shows to determine where the biggest stakes seem to fall all the time, what has the biggest matches, to then correctly assess which is the quote-unquote WrestleMania.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Like, so let's see, but I would obviously say that Double or Nothing is far too early for this. If you really want to build this,
that's why I'm saying next year for Adam Page Omega.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying I feel like next year's too long, but I feel like you could easily make this story by all out this year.
Well,
what
if we compromise and we have the match at Full Gear where they had their last singles match?
Okay, now we're talking here. Because then you have that added thing of this time last year, Kenny Omega beat Adam Page, and it was within less than 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then that could be a big portion of the story is, the first kind of quarter of the match is just Adam Page being like, I don't want to lose that quickly, or just trying to outlast his last record. And then the second that second hits, was like, well, Adam Page has held on longer than he did this time last year.
Mm-hmm. And you can have those 20 minutes just being really close near falls.
Yeah.
Well, we digress. We can talk about this in the future.
Well, like one more thing, like Kenny can just go into the match being like, this time last year I beat you in 16 minutes or whatever it was. Like, I'm going to try and beat you quicker this year. And then, as you say, like the beginning part of the match could be the two of them going at it and Kenny just going out of his way to try and beat Page as quickly as possible. Like that adds so much.
Yeah,
I am on board with that now. Fuck it, fuck you're all out, or you're all in, or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm in on Full Gear now. Let's do it.
Let's fucking do it.
So Hikaru Shida defends the AEW Women's Championship against Ryo Mizunami.
I'm going with Miz. I just think it's Shida's time to give up the belt now. Give us something different.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go with Shida for interest of differentialness, but I also kind of agree that, some of the stories that I've been hearing recently are the fact that, like, the last time that Ryo Mizunami wrestled in front of an American crowd, that apparently reinvigorated her love for professional wrestling.
Yeah.
And now, granted, it's not the same as it was the last time that she was here, but I feel like giving her the belt and letting her run with it for a little while may be a good idea. I'll go with Shida, though. But, like, absolutely, I kind of agree as well. Like, Shida has done everything that she can do. with this belt now.
In
Except Baker.
She's been a very good champion.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, there's only been 2 other people before her that have held the belt, and currently standing, she's been the best.
Yeah. And then, and the fact that Nyla's been the worst, but that's just purely because of circumstance and not because.
Oh no, I wouldn't even say Nyla was the worst. I mean, she had a good match with Statlander last year at Revolution.
No, I mean like in the way that about 8 weeks of her title reign she had to sit at home because of the vid. So like, it's not even like. I mean, obviously, I don't really like her that much. She's fine, but a lot of her title reign was spent not being on television.
On the sidelines, yeah.
Yeah. So she didn't really get to do what she wanted to do with the belt, and as soon as she came back, she'd have beat her for it. So, whereas Rio, Rio half the time wasn't on fucking TV either, to be honest with you. So.
Yeah, I think Rio's technically the shortest champion.
Yeah, at this point.
Reign.
Yeah. And she held it for a good while. Anyway, we digress. So, yep, Shida for me, but I would not be disappointed with Rio Mizunami winning the belt. Team Taz takes, that's Team Taz's Brian Cage and Ricky Starks to be Pacific, taking on Darby Allin and Sting.
I think we're going to have the same pick for this one, just to end the feud.
Yeah.
Darby and Sting.
Yeah. Or as I say, Dad and son in paint. Or was it father and son? Father and son in paint.
I think it would be cool to see if Sting just does his own face paint, but just does the half thing. Like Darby. I think that could look pretty cool.
They should do each other's face paint.
Yeah, like Sting has like Darby's and Darby has Sting's.
Or, if Sting wanted to do full face, he could do half Sting, half Darby.
See, I was thinking that as well. And then Darby could have it just flipped reverse, so the side he would normally have
Darby. Yeah,
Darby.
Sting.
It'd have, or even just have Sting on one side and then have Sting do the same
double
flipped.
Yeah. The Young Bucks take on Chris Jericho and MJF for the AEW World Tag Team Championship.
I don't know. Because part of me saying Jericho and MJF are going to win, and then part of me is also saying the Spanish God's going to fuck them.
Yeah.
But
although I've been hearing kind of some rumors that I think like Matt Jackson is kind of fucked.
it has been for years.
I know, but it's becoming very evident, and I feel like maybe, and this isn't even me doing it, and I kind of sick of the Young Bucks. Like, I think like the Young Bucks could probably use a break.
Yeah.
So with that, obviously I'm going M Jericho F, but that's not even purely just because I don't like the Young Bucks. It's, there's a couple more like sort of reasons as to why.
Well, I'm going to stick to my guns and go with the Bucks, and cause I'm predicting Sammy Guevara run in.
Mm-hmm. And then this leads to your main event of the evening as Kenny Omega takes on Jon Moxley for the AEW World Championship in an exploding barbed wire death match. Oh my!
Technically, this is Actually, they've actually been billing this match all wrong because they've said there's going to be landmines on the outside, which technically means it's going to be an exploding barbed wire double hell death match.
A landmine double hell death match.
Yep. So technically, it's an exploding barbed wire double hell death match. I think that's just too much. It's too wordy.
Yep.
I think we're just sticking with this.
We've spoke about this kind of before with some of the bizarre names where Japanese death matches just go on and on and on just with the title. So
Yep. It seems as though the more they have, the longer the title gets.
The time bomb double explosion super collider landmine. There's also a fish in there for some reason. Super punch. The referee is covered in spikes. Death match.
Right.
So Omega versus Moxley. What do you think?
The winner, I think, is going to be me. Because I've been waiting for a mod.
It's going to be us.
Us. We're going to be the fucking winners here.
Damn right. I don't care.
After Shingo teased having that match last year with Suzuki, I've kind of been clamoring for this type of match. And now I'm getting it, so I am the fucking winner.
Who fucking cares who wins, just as long as this match is the shit. That's all I fucking care about.
And I think it will be.
Yeah, because, I mean, you look at Full Gear, you look at that death match that the two of them had with the barbed wire apparatus.
The barbed wire trampoline.
Yeah. We know that they're good for it.
Yes.
So, let's go. You know? I mean, I would assume Kenny will win.
Yeah, in all seriousness, yeah. Kenny's going to... I think Kenny's going to win.
Yeah. But, again, don't care. If Mox manages to squeak out a win and becomes a two-time champion, whatever. This match is going to be the shit, and I can't fucking wait.
Yep. I just hope that there's no malfunctions.
Yeah. Yep, we've seen that before.
I hope this match goes as smoothly as possible. Because I've really built it up in my head, and I think if there is any of these malfunctions, then the match will be fucking amazing, but it'll ruin it for me in a way.
Yeah, it'll definitely have a bad taste.
Yeah, but the match could be fucking awesome, but say they go do that one spot and something doesn't happen that I'm expect, like one of the booms don't go off or whatever. Well,
yeah,
I feel as though I'm just taken right out of it.
Yeah, it's like I don't remember the specific match. I'm pretty sure Terry Funk was involved, but like there was that one time where they built up to like literally this is going to be the most biggest explosion that's ever happened. And
it was Terry Funk Cactus Jack.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest explosion in like deathmatch wrestling history.
And then it was just kind of like, poof.
It was like a fucking wet fart. It was like, and then everyone was like, It was like, oh shit, half the shit didn't go off.
Oh no.
Oh no. Well, as you can hear in the background, that is me tidying up, which means it is time to end this shit after. Holy cow, I think we've went 5 hours. Easily.
It's time to say goodbye. That mad French song.
Evita.
That makes everybody greet.
Wasn't that from Evita? Pretty sure that was from Evita.
I don't know. Look, just because I'm gay doesn't mean I like musicals.
I mean, you don't like musicals? Have you ever seen Repo the Genetic Opera?
Nope.
There's your homework. Paris Hilton's in it.
Again, you're perpetrating a stereotype on me and I don't like it.
No,
You're gay? You love Paris Hilton?
No, she's actually fucking awesome in it, and like that's a genuine, serious recommendation. And it's like a rock opera.
A rock opera?
A rock opera. But it's an actual film. And I'm pretty sure the girl from Spy Kids is in it. And what's his face? The old dude from Buffy is in it.
Yeah, I know that Giles is in it.
Yeah. So, yep, that's your homework. If anybody wants to go and watch Repo the Genetic Opera and see what I do when I don't watch wrestling, this is your chance. Because it is fucking awesome. But as Chris would say, shall we wrap this shindig up?
Take it to go.
I can't see it. It's fell over the floor, and I can't be arsed with it anymore. That was meant to be a kind of parody of OSW's out of sight, out of pocket, out of mind.
Now that was a wet fart.
Yeah, I know. Failure. Anyway, I have been the Griz.
I have been Robo Senpai.
I guess you need to kind of hold.
Oh.
See. Bye. Stay bouncy.
To the moon.
Doom. Where's the off button? There you go.
Remember, you can follow us on Twitter and Facebook at Heel Podcast. And also, don't forget, you can hear our archives on the World Wide Web at heelpodcast.co.uk. Well, that's all, folks. So long. Have a good day.